much ready to go. Took a bit of time setting up the splits, but that was worth it. I kind of wanted to do that off stream too. Yeah, I've struggled enough on the stream for other things, but it's weird though. I thought I already did a Rise of a Ninja template, but I guess not. Unless I did have it and I turned it into the Broken Bond one that it is now. I mean, irrespective, I still used that as a template and turned it into this. It's very rough, very quick, but gets the point across. I do cover most of the landmarks of the story, so yeah, I'm looking forward to running like this for the first time. I don't know if it'll be a regular, but you know, yeah, it would be nice to get a run of sorts started with splits, especially on my end, someone who's been running this for what, 8 years now. Yeah, before I jump into this, I do want to jog my memory of some of these strats that I recently put together, because pretty much all of these are like from 5 years ago. It's really when I was trying to sum down what wasn't the faster routes to take, but yeah, just recently it was really bugging me. It was really on my mind, so I yeah, decided to put some more together recently. Something as basic as going left, center, right, and semi-left, semi-right, which we'll see here. You know, this one takes this stair route, this one goes center, this one goes to the right, and these two are like in between, and curiously this one is the faster one, so it's yeah, very, very slightly, albeit, but you know, it does make the difference, and that stuff does matter to me. This one, I actually took the liberty of downloading a couple of the comparisons I already made, because I didn't want to bother re-recording it, because really, it's already hectic enough as it is to try to get just what was it, these 6, I think it was. Yeah, because the quality, or rather the color, that looks like that was recently recorded. But yeah, the last time I did this 5 years ago, for some reason I didn't have this, I didn't have an extra clip, so it was in the center, but this was determined to be the fastest one. That said though, there was a bit of a slow start, and that was kind of the point. I wanted to see, even with the slow start, if it was going to be faster, and it is. That is till, yeah, a week ago when I added this clip where it didn't have the mistake, and as we'll see, it gets there just a little bit sooner. But if I go back, just so we can really keep track of these two, so I'm sure what I'm talking about with the early mistake. It's not so much a mistake, it's more like I just jump on this thinking, ooh, maybe that's faster, and silly. No, of course it's not. Because that's the thing, you know, jumping, I believe, is just ever so slightly slower. But more than that, for this, not only are you jumping, but you are slightly turning and jumping again. You know, it's just, yeah. I really wanted to get the answers, so bit overdue. I think the last one more so, because that was really bugging me, because I didn't know if it was going to be worth going down the stairs, around to the other stairs, you know, like, just, yeah, that was bugging me. This one was kind of in the clear. I just wanted to really try some other strats that I don't think I had before, as well as reaffirm that this was faster while also actually doing something faster than this instead of having that kind of mistake. So yeah. Some are slightly edited because there was some like bad takes where I landed but didn't jump immediately when I could have, just to save me a bit of time. Because that's the thing. I mean, you'd be surprised how long those recording sessions were just for these 6 clips alone. And honestly, that's nothing compared to some of the ones I had to work with Broken Bond. That was a nightmare. This one was pretty interesting because I kind of already knew, but despite that, and these are all separate clips by the way, but they just sync up so well till now. But I wanted to compare the grinding path just to really get the answer on that. Because I knew it was going to be slow. I just wanted to see it because I don't think I had put it together before, just in case, you know. But it was a bit of a shocker for the others because what do we got here? Instant double jump, make it. I believe that's faster. Versus one of them does like a single jump, then eventually a double jump. Yeah, that one doesn't make it, grips on and then gets on. And then because of that delay, this one that doesn't jump at all catches up. So I thought that was kind of interesting. So yeah, I'll just have to remember to insta double jump and really try to leave it to the last minute so I can try to avoid gripping like that. But yeah, nothing too major, but still interesting nonetheless. This was fun to return to because for a while I thought going the normal way was faster than grinding, and that always bothered me because I thought, well, man, how cool is it to take the rails a little earlier than you meant to because you don't have chakra concentration at this point. So it felt like a real bummer to ditch that for this. And I thought, you know what, I'm gonna do it again. So I have a theory that it's just I had bad clips for the comparison, and on top of that, I didn't have this. I don't know why the hell I didn't consider this. But lo and behold, this is faster. Ever so slightly though. Holy cow, I didn't expect it to be this close. But that said, though, performing this in a speedrun, you know, to get that first try is, I mean, because that's the thing, I've been using this for like the past few years. So getting back into this, you know, the rails setup, that's going to be, you know, I wouldn't be too surprised if I screw up. But I will try my luck out, and I will give this a fair shot to implement it into a run, and we'll see how we go from there. Don't know how many resets I'll do, if at all. I kind of just want to be, because I don't have a whole lot of time. Again, like my Twin 70 stream, but it depends. I'd like to get a good till land of waves, because that kind of determines whether or not it's going to be like not so much a good or bad run, but if you're going to have time on your hands, because yeah, that's the thing, you don't know. It quite literally is RNG 50-50 whether you're going to battle an extra bandit for the what is it, this one, because at the end or mid to end sections of that filler, yeah, you take down the bandit boss, but as you go into the catacombs, you don't know if you're gonna fight an extra bandit, because it's 50-50 on the RNG whether or not there's going to be an extra bandit after you destroy the barrier for shadow clones, and it is really annoying because, I mean, it's not skippable, I think for a while I thought that was the case, but no, it really is just 50-50 whether it's placed there or whether it's placed a little bit before the entrance to the area, to the Land of Waves. Actually, more so a little bit before the Mizuki meetup, that little house area. But yeah, this is still very interesting. I'll try my luck out implementing that into the run somehow. But yeah, hopefully first try. But that's my point though. Like, I don't know if we can get past the bandit and not get it. Yeah, sure, it's only one slot for a bandit skip, but it does make the difference, and I think for someone like me, that kind of it does bug me, knowing that I could do it without it, even if it is again just RNG. But anyway, this one was actually really interesting because I found something new while I was putting this together, which is this. Very precise, and I won't actually go for it in a run because of how precise it is. I mean, seriously, how stupidly precise it is. But that's the thing. I mean, I'll go back. So the idea is that, yeah, you hug the collision for this area of this pole or whatever with the fence. So I've explained it in the past. Naruto in this game has the ability to essentially have infinite jumps so long as you can store your height, your falling, and you jump frame perfect when the state essentially is supposed to enter the long falling state, which is supposed to trigger when you're falling for a long time, and then it respawns you with the clone popping sound and all that. But that's the thing, if you can frame perfect input a jump before it enters that state, you can jump to essentially refresh everything. And if you do this without fail, you know, a couple times, a few times, you can essentially just do infinite jumps so long as you've got the height to do so with your collision. And in this case, this does, you know, as long as you get the right angle, you can preserve your height or your falling long enough to get that resetted jump from here. And by doing that, if you double jump correctly, as we see here, right there, hugging, 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 and then state resets, jump, double jump, land on this very carefully, because I screwed this up a few times. Double jump, because you can't single jump on the rail. Double jump on the rail, run to the other one, jump over this, because I think that is faster. And then, yeah, boom, we are in record pace if we can pull that off. As for these other two, or three actually, that are black and white, I did that on purpose to basically signify that this is kind of a legit strat, but also kind of an illegitimate strat. And why that is because that doesn't have a gold coin there, that doesn't have a gold coin there, this doesn't, okay, no it doesn't, totally missed that, wow. That does have a gold coin, but we did get it, and it goes from 1 to 2. The reason I highlighted all of these in black and white is because if I were doing this in a speedrun, that would not be saying 1 to 2, it would be saying 0 to 1. And what happens when it goes 0 to 1, every time you get a gold coin for the first time in this game, it brings up a bit of a prompt, a long prompt that you can't just skip out of immediately. It's a long wait, and okay, while it is very mild a wait, it's still time loss as opposed to, you know, doing any of these other strats, you know. So that's why it's like this, black and white. But I did still include it because it could still become a relevant strategy to, say, other categories, like the 100% full game category, where that is obviously going to require things like gold coins. So yeah, in that scenario where you have to get all the coins, you could get the gold coin at the start for completing or destroying the Shadow Reclone barrier. Get the gold coin there. And when you get to this part, you can still do this strat, so that is why it is still included, but I did highlight it like that, so. Did I explain that there? No, I don't think I did. Okay, kinda. I could probably explain that a bit more, but yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. If we take away those two rail kind of strategies, yeah, I did want to compare something I hadn't before, and that's just essentially, yeah, cutting through here and doing it. And it was a very interesting result because, as you can see, this one here is still technically faster because we're jumping sooner, we're getting there sooner. Despite that though, we'll see that like one of the other clips that I showed before, this one does cling to the side. I kind of screwed that up. I didn't get like a perfect jump or double jump to get across without clinging. This one on the other hand gets the perfect jump, so this actually gets ahead just for that simple fact that I skipped that state. So we'll see that now. Cling, no cling, and because of which now this is in the lead just for that one single state that was skipped over. So that was very interesting to have that compared. I kind of wish that was the main window, but you know, I still wouldn't be able to include the others. So yeah, but yeah, that was still pretty cool because that's the thing. You know, you really have to watch all the clips to really understand what's going on. And once you understand what's going on, it's like, oh, okay, wow, you can really see where states being skipped can really be useful for runs if executed correctly. But yeah, yeah, this was pain. This was like a borderline broken bond recording session length, because like this was over an hour for me to put just this 19-second comparison together, and you'll see why. So normally I go to the left. I think I already put this together, going up, going low. This is really where the meat is. Again, heavily edited because you know, I just could not perform the perfect gameplay. I did as much as I could legitimately, but it does still get the point across what would happen if we could somehow get that. But yeah, I practiced for a long time to really just get the perfect gameplay for this area, just in case it's faster. And you know, technically speaking, it is faster, but there's no way I'd go for that in runs because you know, I practiced it for you know over an hour, and I just wasn't even getting close to you know doing it without hitting a single you know paper bomb trap or a spike trap or whatever. Yeah, the spikes were the most annoying because that would be the most frustrating. I'd complete it and I'd be like, all right, we're done, and then I go to do the jump and then the freaking hitbox kips. You know, just gives me a little bit, you know. So yeah, that's frustrating. But yeah, do a few sprint hops. The paper bombs have funky collisions, so I don't know exactly how it works, but I know certain angles you can do it without taking damage. You can still trigger it, but you know take damage like so. I think it's on the sides, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, the idea is that you get here, these two are the same. Sprint hop, avoid that, go under that paper bomb. And this is where the two obviously differ. You sprint hop again. If you can somehow perfect it, you can land here, keep sprint hopping, keep sprinting, and then sprint hop again, and then jump over. Or what I actually did in the recording, I totally missed. Had to jump up and then do that. So kind of shows the difference in time just for that one screw up. Yeah, very, very interesting. But you know, this is still the ideal strat to pull off. I haven't been able to do that all too often. That last little maneuver where I jump and then jump and then jump wasn't perfect too, because I could have jumped immediately. But yeah, very interesting. Nothing too interesting here. I think I was hoping it would be more interesting when I initially thought of putting this together, because the idea is that for Xbox 360 users, you can get a bit of an advantage doing what I do here and eliminating all this slowdown, which is weird because there really isn't that much slowdown going on in gameplay. I mean, there is definitely some going on, but I think it's more noticeable in like the loading screen because you really see the animation kind of just almost, yeah, buffer into place like that, as opposed to that. I mean, no, even then it is still a bit slow actually. So yeah, that's what I mean. It was a bit disappointing when in theory, it was like, oh yeah, well, you know, this does remove the slowdown. At least for the gameplay side of things, the animation was still a little slow. But you know, the setup for this, as well as the animation for the start of the battle, it's slow enough for this to be slower. So that was unfortunately disappointing. And on top of that, eventually, when this is going to be more speedrun on emulator or next gen consoles, if this gets backwards compatibility, all this is going to become irrelevant anyway, so bit of a waste of time, but thought I'd show the mentality of what went behind that. This again didn't really need to put this one together, but it was bugging me that I didn't exactly perform the gameplay or the inputs in the correct way that I initially wanted. So I think what I'm doing here is I'm holding down the joysticks, and I'm just kind of using that and spinning it around, and then I let go right there, and then I just do the exact same thing again, and that is faster, isn't it? Yeah. So that's interesting. Even though I pause right there in the middle, it still is faster than just really spamming the inputs really fast. So it's minor, but you know, that's why I wanted to compare it though, just because that's just a little bit faster, even though you'd think on paper, you know, spamming the inputs correctly, it would be faster as opposed to just kind of, because you wouldn't think that you could just, you know, spin your thumbs around the joystick and get it to work, but yeah, interesting. Now save the best and worst for last. I did this 5 years ago, all these clips, but they were badly synced up. I mean, I say that. This was a separate video to this, but even then, yeah, it was badly synced, because one of these had like a fighting animation loading screen type of thing. And because that one had it and the other one didn't, it was obviously, yeah, out of sync. So I wanted to put that in sync for starters, and due to a whole bunch of Broken Bottom clips that I had been putting together lately, I wanted to add what these didn't have, because there were some. You pretty much have your typical like launch and then slam, or the up Y combo to spin around them and get them launching in the air. But I wanted to do more individual, like single punches, double punches, because it was really, really surprising to learn that doing that in Broken Bond is actually faster than pretty much any combo. Same is actually the case here too. Is it this one? I think that's faster because it's like triple Y. And you got double Y, XX. Yeah, okay, that is. Yeah, so there you go. But in the end, because what is it? 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, KO. And they are just getting KO'd now. So there you have it. Doing single and double punches is actually faster than what I have been using for 8 years. That's fucking insane. Would I still use these in runs? It's debatable at this point because I have tried putting it into gameplay and the AI seems to, kind of clap back a little bit more. They'll either block, sub, or dodge, or just, full on fight back. And, that's the thing. It's really surprising, actually, how slow it actually is when you're going up against the AI. So even though on paper, this is faster, you have to, still bear the risk of having the AI block, dodge, fight back harder. Whereas all these, while a little slower, a bit more reliable as opposed to the AI with its spikes. Because that's the thing, they don't. You kind of catch them off guard a bit more with these combos. So, not to say I won't try to somehow implement that. I have found that, trying that with the Haku Rage part sometimes can be useful. So, I'll see what I can do. That's another comparison I actually want to set up in a bit because the Haku Rage part of the battle, it has two ways you can approach it. You can spam the rage and that kind of triggers like a white fade in, fade out animation on the rage animation. And I think that does implement a small delay. But I think it does increase the duration to rage mode in that that phase of the boss. So I don't actually know what is faster and what isn't faster. So that is definitely something I want to do sometime soon. But yeah, triple Y makes sense because it is pretty damn fast. It is the fastest combo to execute and then rinse and repeat. Yeah, I even did this. This is actually surprisingly useful because I pretty much have been doing this for the past few years on Sakura alone for the Genin exam, but that's it. I haven't really done it outside of that. I've been using these, but yeah, I might try bringing this in a bit more because that's the thing. I think when you launch them up and then jump, that's a bit of time when this would be starting to get into the next few punches. Then when you do the slam, you gotta wait for them to fall down, wait for them to recover from hitting the ground, and potentially counteract anything they might try to throw at you, whether it's them dodging out of the way, blocking, them attacking you. Meanwhile, this is, because you constantly catching them off guard by, going around all the time. Yeah, I don't know, just that does seem to be potentially the most useful here, even though this is objectively faster. But yeah, I thought that was really interesting, just seeing all that together. But yeah, that's pretty much all the strats I wanted to show. I'm actually going to write these down because I don't want to forget, and I don't want to have to worry about like opening all this stuff up again. Is that it? I think that was it. There's one more. Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, alright, so write this down. Which one's first? So, right, Sasuke versus. I guess I can go off for health. Yeah, so no, that is in order. Oops. Okay. And some of these I won't need to reread, but some I will. Okay, so gates. Hang on, that doesn't make sense. Right. Yeah, pretty much same old, same old. Sasuke to gate equals same old. No. Bridge. Jumping. And you're right. Because for some reason I had a bad habit of going right a little later than earlier. Yeah. Okay. Next. Good. Next. Yeah, the timing for the double jump to get to that building from here is very precise. Because, you know, it does expire, the double jump, so you really have to time it right. Otherwise, yeah, you just won't jump at all. What's this? That's not right. That's better. Okay, so yeah, alright. And then gate to shop door equals left. Same old. Yeah. And what's the jump like? It's just so I know. Yeah, pretty much the same. It's just it is pretty precise, but you know, you still have to be on it to really get it. Is that right? What's that? Why is that? Oh, go back. I like how the rest paused by going to another tab, but this just kept on going. Never change, YouTube. Never change. Yeah, all this time. Been ongoing. Huh? Nope. That's not right. Is this supposed to be the Forest of Death one? I think it is. Yeah, well, anyway, don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need Actually, no, I might write that down. Summoning equals hold inputs around joystick. Okay. And for combos, I mean, I'll pretty much remember this, but still. Implement triple Y sometimes, and up plus Y. More often. I won't use that for battles with the AI where they like to jump, especially for battles like the Bandit Lieutenant. That one loves jumping. So yeah, definitely won't be doing it as often for that one. But yeah, alright. I think now that that's done, should be good to get started. I do want to make sure I'm on a good profile, because that is important. Because that, oh yeah, that's something else I want to write down. So there's two ways I can approach, because this is another comparison I was actually in the middle of setting up, but couldn't, because it, for whatever reason, decided to be difficult. It was fine when I was playing alone on the Steam Deck, and I thought, oh wow, I didn't know you could do this skip, I ought to record it, and then when I went to go record it, for some reason, I couldn't recreate it. Initially, yeah, I managed to jump around the camera animation that triggers when you are doing the recon mission, and yeah, I did it with ease. I didn't have to get on the big rock to jump around it. I just clinged to the far left, sprinted my way through it, did sprint hop, and kept sticking to the left. Didn't trigger the camera animation, but did update the X. So by that is like super fast, you know? But yeah, like I said, I tried to recreate that and I just couldn't do it at all. I tried on both the console and on the Steam Deck. It just wasn't having it. I couldn't recreate it, so I have no idea what the hell happened that one time when I was able to do that. But I did find, in my attempts to recreate it, that if you save or even just load into the autosave, that does actually get rid of the camera for showing the paper bombs and all that in the alternative route. So that's the thing, you know, you can still skip it if you know, are quick with the loading. But this is kind of why I was thinking of getting a separate save, because how do I put this? If you load into the autosave, it not only skips, or it not only gets rid of the camera with showing the bombs and all that, it also does bring back things like the log, or the logs. However, if you manually go through, don't load into the autosave, you'll find yeah, that the logs aren't there, and if you save it, then load into that save before the camera showcase, yeah, you can still skip the long camera animation, so it's kind of, you know, it's finicky. You can choose when you want to save and load. I think it would probably be faster to just load into the autosave. That said, like I said, it does bring back the logs, so, you know, make of that what you will. If you want to have to put up with avoiding that. Again, stuff like this could make for future comparisons, making things a bit more clear what's fast and what's not. Because that's the thing, the menu animations are very slow, so and laggy, and sometimes you don't know if it has triggered or not. And sadly, it is a trait that was passed on to its sequel, but anyway. It does make things a little bit difficult for menu speedrunning, so yeah. Anyway, I think with that, enough rambling. We'll get this shirt on the road. I just want to make sure hotkeys are working. Oh. Right, so that still does that, blah, does that, and that does that. Yeah, we're fine. Many things that space works, because I doubt I'll need to pause it. Yeah, alright. So, I am actually going to approach this run a little bit differently. I am going to commentate as if I'm doing a bit of a tutorial for this, because I think it is about time I put together a bit of a speed running guide for newcomers. Or even those that perhaps have already played the game, or even speedrun the game already, but I don't quite know the full context on some glitches that can be useful for certain skips. So yeah, I have been wanting to do this for a while now, but yeah, better late than never. Okay, so is that all ready? Yeah. Is that going to get in the way? Okay, I might actually copy this text to text edit, because I can't read what I just wrote down. I'm not too fussed if I don't get a record today, but you know, at the same time, it would be nice to update it, because it low-key kind of is bugging me that the record has the one little glitch with the Elgato kind of phasing out. That really, that just, yeah, it pissed me off, to be honest. Alright, so your new, there we go, paste, where'd you go? Actually, no, I'll just paste it on one of the existing documents, because I can't find where to make the text bigger. There you go. That's much better, okay. Alright. Okay, I'm just going to make sure I'm on the right save, or a profile better yet, because I do have some saves that I am a bit sensitive about getting rid of. So if I'm leaving this to the auto save, yeah, we're all covered. I don't mind about that. Manual save is really where it's a bit funky. I think I will rely on the auto save, because it saves me, you know, the hassle of setting up a new profile and seeing what's available, what's not. And I think most will probably be using the auto save anyway, unless they really want to narrow it down. In case the manual save is faster, then go for that. And I think at that point, it's probably going to be more of an emulator thing. Because that's the thing, the menus are faster on emulators, so it is going to be faster doing manual save and load and save. But yeah, alright. I am on the French language because I do want to try to experiment with the different languages to see if there are some differences in speed. I could be wrong, but you know, that's kind of why I had the Japanese audio on last time. Didn't seem to make too much of a difference, but I have a feeling that would make more of a difference than the likes of this, and I think potentially for the worse, because that's the thing, Japanese audio is DLC, whereas this is built in, so I don't know though. Well, that's the whole point of this, to really see if it is going to make any major differences or not, but yeah. Alright, so, I think, yeah, we're all ready. Got everything written down, splits are set up, capture cards on, and it's not lagging. Excellent. Make sure I'm in that window just in case. Alright, let's get started. 3, 2, 1, start. Bit late, but you know, that's the thing. A lot of setups. To make sure I had all the strats written down. Be nice if I could do this without resetting, but yeah, I'm very specific with, or selective with the runs that I'm going to go on with, because it's 50-50 for one of the bandits about an hour into the run, and that does to me make a bit of a difference, because some bandits are skippable, but at the same time, you know, it can be very precise to the point that you do still trigger it, so you do have to still factor in the potential fact that you might accidentally trigger it. So yeah, with that, I'd prefer to go into the run with as little bandits as possible, especially if it's going to be up to RNG for one of them. But anyway, for now, my general ground movement is pretty simple. You jump from idle, because that seems to skip the walking to jogging state, so it does seem to be a little faster than normal. I totally butchered that, but you can do that without jumping over it. You can land on this to the left, which again I butchered. And you can land on this. And okay, I got that one. You can skip clinging to that last ledge. That's curiously the most difficult to do. But I do think I have kind of figured out a method that might be making it a little bit more easier now. Because I found that if you jump earlier, you can kind of almost ride the terrain, the sloped terrain, and that I think helps boost the height of your jump enough to skip the clinging to the ledge. Whereas before, I think I was jumping a little too late, because I think I was thinking by conserving the height for later, I'll make it more, but No. This could be just me, but I use the camera to essentially steer Naruto. It just helps me guide the character. Yeah, I guess it's up to personal preference. Pretty much it's all the same for now. There is a pretty interesting exploit for some ninja races. As far as the story goes, I think it's only one. But curiously, that does carry over into Broken Bond slightly. And that is, if you get to the end, where I just was just now, before getting all the other gates that you have to go through, you can skip the entire race. For Broken Bond, you kind of have to go through some to have the ability to finish it. I think that was their way of like patching it almost. Okay, I just realized I've got a bad controller. Shit. So I'm gonna make sure I didn't have any like joystick issues or camera issues even. So typically I would have gone with a more simple approach to combat, where I would do like down plus Y to launch them up, then jump, and then Y to slam them down, rinse and repeat. Very useful to get pretty decent damage in a very short space of time. You can move right there, by the way, to get to Iruka a little earlier before that mission update triggers. But yeah, I have found that by comparing all the different combos and moves you can do, it does seem that by doing up plus Y, you do seem to get a bit more damage, or more. It just seems to be more faster, I guess, because you're able to kind of, yeah, I guess get more damage, while compared to the other strategy where there would be more damage dealt, you kind of have to wait a little bit more, whether it's jumping to reach your opponent, or waiting for them to get back up from being slammed. So yeah, it's still pretty new, testing all these strategies out. We'll talk to the third here. So there's a bit of an awkward routing for here to the ramen shop, and I haven't really been able to get like perfect gameplay before, because it is so precise. But you kind of want to like jump on the ledge coming up, jump off of that, get on top of this kind of hut, and then jump off of that across the river, try to get it now. Yeah, I totally butchered that. And again, you can do what I just did there, jump on the hut without clinging to it. I've very rarely done it, most especially doing it first try, jumping off of the barrier. So that's what I mean. I have yet to really do the ideal gameplay for that segment, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't really skip a lot of these prompts that pop up. Missed a bit of again, another cling skip that I could have done. To be fair though, that's a very, very, very new strat. Yeah, I haven't even recorded it to compare it. But that is something I should write down in the future. So this is another thing. It's very minor, but I've noticed that not a whole lot of people have done this in gameplay, but you can actually click the right joystick and that actually resets the camera. And yes, it is very minor, but in my case, I just find that it can be very useful for just getting the next area you're meant to go to set up with the camera. So yeah, like right now, you can actually do the, as soon as you finish destroying the Shadow Clone barrier, very briefly you can spin around, and if you do that with the simple click of the right joystick, yeah, you can get the camera facing, I guess, yeah, Moegi and Ebisu for the next part of the story. So I'll try to get that now. So you want to kind of trigger it right in between those two logs, and then you just hold down on the joystick to spin around, like so, and then click it on the right, spin the camera around. Very minor, but I do think it kind of helps with getting the next routing set up. Yeah, you kind of see what I mean about those prompts. See, that's also why I don't go for gold coins, because for story mode specifically, you don't need to get gold coins unless you want to do something like getting scrolls to up the strength or something. But even then, you kind of have to get to multiple levels to need to use gold coins. Yeah, I typically just approach it by trying to avoid as many as possible, just to avoid that one prompt. And that is actually a strategy that I recently compared for the scroll shop daughters routing, going from the gates to her. You can take a route that actually makes you intercept a gold coin, and that's the thing there. Because I don't want to interact with a single one for any percent, it really does force me to do other routes if I'm going to use the rails or not. Alright, there we go. So luckily Konohamaru there wasn't randomized for the hide and seek locations, because I know that's sometimes the case for other games. My inputs are playing up. Eep. Yeah, you can kind of see that too. The left joystick, it holds on a little longer. Yeah, don't like that. If I do a reset, I'll have to switch the controller around. So this is interesting. This went through a bit of an evolution. Originally, I would actually jump backwards to trigger the fade out, and that would actually respawn me right in front of this guy here. But I can't remember if I compared it, but it is faster to just walk up. So I think it triggers the prompt a little sooner. Now, I'm going to hold down on the right joystick for this, like so. Because I've noticed, and keep this in mind too, if you hold down LT for the jutsu, and hold down your inputs to get ready for section jutsu, Naruto will actually spin around if you do that, and if you implement the jutsu, it will not trigger. It won't update for Ebisu, so that's kind of frustrating. So for that reason, I get ready on the right joystick for the input for the jutsus, but I have to wait just a little bit because there is just that one window of time where Naruto can spin around even though you're holding down LT. Yeah. Now I recently compared this, the routing to assemble Team 7. Let's see if I can spin around for this. Not too early. Yeah, sometimes you can get like a really good spin around as you talk to them, because there's a slight delay when you talk to characters with inputting it and actually triggering it. That's pretty much the case for all the menus in the game. Yeah, this is pretty simple. You just jump down here. It's really Sakura to Sasuke where it really gets, well, slightly interesting. Only because I now know what is the fastest route to take. Because yeah, really only till last week, it was kind of alien to me. I mean, I knew roughly that it was faster taking this right route instead of taking the stairs, or yeah. Sometimes I'd go here and then I'd go left, or I'd go here then go left again. But no, it is faster to keep going through here. But where it was really confusing for me for many years was, where do I go from here? Do I go down the stairs coming up right there? Do I go right and then go left on the stairs here? Do I take the stairs coming up? No, you actually are faster doing what I'm doing now, jumping over there. Very slightly, albeit, but it does make a difference. I've always admired the architecture of the village in this game, because it is very accurate to where all the landmarks are. Because you've got the Uchiha district on the west side of the village, which is very accurate to how it is in the source material. And I'm glad that they eventually did add the hospital in to the sequel. So yeah, this route went through quite an evolution as well. Many different ways to approach getting from Sasuke to the gates. But yeah, and I'm hoping, I'm really hoping that I'll be able to find a method that allows me to get to rails with the single jump, because right now we don't have the double jump, and because of which I can't actually access the rails. And if I could, yeah, it would obviously have very different routing to get to the gates, and obviously, yeah, that'd speed things up quite a lot. But till then, this is the fastest method. Now, not many people know this unless they've played the game a few times, but you actually do need to talk to, I think it's either Sasuke or Sakura, to trigger Kakashi's appearance. Because the thing is, once you get to the location, the X does disappear, and you kind of think, well, what now? But yeah, you do need to. It could be Sakura specific, I can't remember, but you do need to speak to her at least. Because I guess, yeah, the idea is that you don't know what to do, and it's like, well, what's going on? Because Kakashi's so late, you're waiting around for a while, and it only updates till you speak to the others. So yeah, we get this very interesting version of the bell test, really without the bells. And yeah, I'll do what I've been always doing for Sakura in this. She likes to block a lot, chuck some kunais, but for this particular AI, it seems to be a lot faster to just do this up and Y the whole way through it. And pretty much all the time, you're guaranteed going to get through without damage. If you're lucky, she won't block. Sasuke is a little bit more competitive, I guess you could say. I tend to dodge and block a little bit more. But he does jump a bit too, so yeah. Yeah. I think for the jump types, you're kind of maybe better off doing either the down Y combo, if not maybe triple Y. It's kind of split it up. Yeah, I think for Sasuke that kind of worked a bit better. And as for Kakashi, this could be different for the French copy, because I have noticed, well, last time I tried this anyway, the AI kind of seemed a bit more spiked for Kakashi, because pretty much every single time on the English copy, it was you get a free hit for Kakashi. He kind of waits for you. Don't know. It might be back to normal here for it now, but we'll see. But yeah, 9 times out of 10 in the past, at least, it loads into the battle, and Kakashi's idle. You can literally just walk up to him and do the body slam. We'll see if that happens now. Yep. Okay. Good. So it might have been just a one-off when I tried this last. Whoa. Kakashi seems, for the most part, fine for the Sakura combo. But he does grab. Not too often, but still often. Often enough to be noticed. Yeah, not bad so far. Yeah, we get that comical moment. The way text cycling works is interesting. Like, I've already hit it, but I still have to wait for this animation to update it like so. Same thing will happen when we get to Zabuza. Oh, you can move a little bit for this moment here too. Yeah, you really want to get as much movement in as possible, even if minimal. It does make a difference. But yeah, now we have the double jump, which means we get to the grinding areas, which is awesome. And already, right off the bat, we are going to be implementing a grinding strategy from our journey from the gates to the Hokage mansion, or the third Hokage, I should perhaps say. And I'm going to try to do something a bit specific, but first I am going to actually upgrade my strength, because you can now do that if you quickly talk to Kakashi and navigate through that. So let's see, 1, 2, I had to hit that 2 times just then. So I just upgraded the strength once, but I also purchased, whoa, I butchered that, whoops. But I also purchased the combo to launch him up from the up Y. Oh, I'm butchering this. See, because my routing was off, I totally messed that up. This is another comparison I would like to look more into, but I do think you can make it a little bit faster if you kind of do some careful double jumping there. So I set myself up just then to speak to her while also pointing myself in the next direction for getting to the gates. Again, we'll get to try some more rail routing here. I'm actually going to implement a new strategy that I haven't done before. See if I can get this first try. It'd be nice. Nope. 1, 2. Yes, let's go. And again. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Could be better, but yeah. And of course we have to get that in the way. Yeah, be wary of that. So because it is new, yeah, it is still in the optimizing phases, so please do forgive me for that. Now we have a bandit that you can't skip till you get the sprint. I always try to skip it irrespective, because I don't know, I like to think that maybe with perfect pixel, perfect precision, maybe, just maybe, a double jump can get around it. But thus far I haven't been able to do anything, but yeah. Now we get our first main bandit for this mission. Not bad. And I'm actually using the D-pad right now. You can actually use the D-pad to navigate, both in battle and out of battle. You can't do that in Broken Bond, however, which is very unfortunate. I think that is a bit of a bug too, because if you go to versus match outside of story mode, you can use the D-pad, but in story mode you cannot. could have been better, but again, I am kind of experimenting at this point, trying to figure out what's the best kind of combos to do. Oh, there's this interesting skip. Let's see if I can get it. No, I can't. Damn it. If you hit LB, as soon as you touch that treasure, and then eat ramen, you can skip all the dialogue and basically just skip right into the battle. Bit of a minor time save, but you know, it still does help. Can also spin around here too, so I'm going to try to do that. No. That seems to be very selective actually. I seem to get that less times than I do. Now, I actually do something very different to most players, or runners for that matter, and that is basically, yeah, not taking the warper back to the village. Reason why is basically by taking the warper, it does respawn the first bandit that for now you can't skip. And because of which, yeah, you do have to do an extra battle. Essentially 2 times, because, you know, we could have taken it now, the warper back to the village, and eventually have that chance to do it again to set up the Land of Waves afterward. And because we have to go back here 2 times, yeah, you have to do an extra bandit 2 times. So, but yeah, if you do this entire mission, butchered that too, you can theoretically do all of this without triggering or respawning the bandit. Unfortunately, you do still have the 50-50 bandit that's coming up, but that's the thing, we haven't battled that one, we haven't triggered that one yet, so yeah. Spin around, no, butcher that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. See, okay, there you go. I didn't even notice my controller was doing that. There you go. I rest my case. That's why I need to, even though I'm using the D-pad a lot, I still think it might be wise for me to switch controls. Unfortunately, I don't actually have one ready to go, so I will have to dig that up. But I think that it'll all be determined from, yeah, whether or not I get an extra bandit now. We'll see. Yeah, for this, it does seem that yeah, just running from the third to the gates is faster. Again, might be worth looking into more strategies in case, but for now it does seem to be the fastest. But yeah, if we hit the warps coming up, yeah, we'd have to do another battle. And technically speaking, if you get a perfect battle, it is faster to take the warps, even though you have to do an extra battle. But because the AI is, you know, randomized, it's for me, I like just, you know, skipping that. Kind of makes it interesting. Now you can actually jump over this if you land on a piece of collision there. I don't really think it's worth going for now, because even for someone like myself that's very experienced with the game, I haven't been able to really implement that type of gameplay consistently, or consistently enough. But more than that, you have to come back to this area at least 2 more times afterward. So, what am I doing? See, I'm not used to the D-pad, forgive me. Okay, there we go. And I just realized I totally forgot to keep track of my splits. See, this is what happens when a runner that doesn't use splits tries to use splits. I mean, to be fair, I'm not really facing the monitor that has the splits. It's a completely different setup. Alright, so if you're quick here, you can move forward and speak to Sakura, like so. And we need that because fortunately there's a function here to cancel the text, and if we cancel out of the text for this upcoming text, like so, we can skip all the dialogue for that entire scripted event. So it's a bit of a time save because, yeah, before I'd normally just spin around and that'd be that, but obviously, yeah, skipping the entire text right there, and all the text scrolling, cycling, yeah, it is faster skipping it. Now, moment of truth, this is where the 50-50 bandit is. We're gonna get it, we're gonna skip it. Bandit. And there we go. It is just an OG bandit, no lieutenant, no boss. So hopefully we'll get through this without too much delay. I hate when it does that. It's like 1 inch health and they're still around. They also kind of seem to spike the AI and makes them fight back a little more. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. You can actually save here and load back into it, and by doing so, if you're very fast, this is probably more a strat for Xenia emulator users. Yeah, when you load back, when you get the treasure, you actually don't have a mission update. In other words, it doesn't restrict your movement like it's about to do right now. And again, because of that, it is on paper. Can I get this? I got that. Cool. There's another bit of text skipping you can do if you very carefully walk up to or run up to Sasuke in my case, and speak to him before the restrictions occur. Yeah, you can really see that he loves to jump. If he appeared more often, it might even be worth going for like aerial combos. There we go, not too bad. Okay. So again, we have the choice whether or not to take the warper, as you saw on the right. But yeah, again, if I did that, the bandit would respawn, and then I'd have that second unnecessary battle. Or third if you include the bandit that was 50-50. And again, it's really a personal preference whether or not you want to leave it to the RNG or the AI itself for the opponents, if it's gonna give you a good match or not. But yeah. Alright, let's see if I can do this without butchering it. Because I had it in the frame of mind to just do the instant double tap, but no, you do need to kind of wait. Jump, double jump, yes, let's go. Because yeah, if you do it in that way, you can, yeah, skip getting the, because you make it to the next part instead of clinging to the edge, so yeah, it is ever so slightly faster. Can we spin around here this time? No. Yeah, I think because my joystick's screwed, I can't really chance that. I say that even when I chance it, you know, as we saw last time, it was like cycling down instead of updating the mission. Alright, there we go. So not the ideal skips, I kind of tempted to just redo the run for that reason. So now we can do another update, upgrade. That's really all there is to it. I mean, you can get the, what is it, the, that's just me glitch hunting, by the way. You can get the jump, double X and Y combo for the aerial combo, but yeah, I mean, as we've kind of already established though, I mean, it's a little slower. I mean, if it's more easier for the player to get through a battle, by all means. Again, it really is personal preference which combos are used. But yeah, it's kind of awkward at the moment, but you know, it's yeah, I'm getting there. So now comes Land of Waves. We actually have a bandit coming up here, but it's very, very easy to skip it. You just stick to the left here like so. And yeah, just by doing that you can very easily skip it. Yeah, it's amazing actually how easy some of the bandits are skippable for the missions that you do need to do in the story. So I don't know what I was spamming there. That is exactly what I was saying before, where it's another good example of where the camera, you have to wait for the camera to finish and the text is already going to skip because you've already inputted it. But anyway, yeah, now we're up to our first boss battle of the game. What is a boss battle? Basically, it's just decided if it has more than one phase, it's basically a boss battle. So we have Zabuza, we have Haku, we have Kiba, Orochimaru, Neji, and Gaara. They all vary in difficulty. You kind of have to just practice, I guess, trial and error to really understand, know their combos, know what they're going to do. Dodging is probably the most notable thing I can say to do. It pretty much works all the time. Very rarely will you dodge and it will backfire. Zabuza is the type of boss, or even just a general character, attack type that likes to charge in. So dodging is very useful. It will try to do jutsu. A lot of bosses like to do jutsu. And if that happens, I don't know if you saw that, but if you hold down to ward your opponent and press Y, that does like a very, very quick bit of movement. And basically does like a bit of a punch to knock them out of the jutsu, so that is very useful for like quick movement. Doesn't cover a lot of ground, but you know, if they're close enough, you get an idea of, you know, with practice, if you can do that to cancel out of a jutsu. Here's another good example of pressing the right joystick and updating the camera in an area especially that you normally can't visit, so that's interesting. So I'm gonna try not to butcher this, but I've always been pretty crap at this. But yeah, there is a bit of routing here involved with getting all the ingredients for Haku here. Yeah, there's a very, very precise double jump involved. Also, I can skip that cutscene showing all the plants. Keep that in mind for later. Do a double jump there. It's a kind of precise, but this one's by far the most. Oh, yeah, very, very, very precise. You can go back here and try again. I don't know if that's faster. Again, it's another comparison I want to put together. There we go. And then you can get that. I'm kind of all over the place with my routing. Again, this is literally why I want to update the comparison so I really know what is faster. Normally I would have actually, like when I made that pixel perfect double jump, I would have yeah, gotten the plot in front and then turned around instead of keeping on going. Because you can still get that with a very careful double jump. That said though, again, because I haven't compared it, I don't actually know what is faster for now, but yeah, it's a work in progress for what is faster, but some general tips of like what to do, what not to do. Now, speaking of tips, you want to be very careful in this part. Why do I keep, again, menu delays. Go down, there we go. Be careful here, do not move at all. You can move there. If you move, you will screw up your save. You will need to load. And if you're, for whatever reason, not on a profile, you will have to redo the entire run because you cannot escape gameplay. And what I mean is that right now, I can't move at all. It's scripted me so I'm stuck. I need to do this. And if I did move in that one window of time, it would have completely screwed up my... Wow. You can do that in 3 shots. That's very difficult to do. Fortunately, I got it there. What was I saying? Yeah, if you do move, it messes up your positioning to get the chakra concentration to make you walk up the tree. If that happens, not only can you not move, but you can't even walk up the tree. And because of that, you cannot do anything but pause and quit out of the game. Again, if you've got a profile, you can load into the order save and you lose a little bit of time, but you can still keep going. However, if, like I said, you don't have a profile, you basically have a dead run. So that is very, yeah, keep that in mind. Yeah, so that wasn't too bad. Am I... Okay, no, I'm on the waves. I'm not actually too familiar with the Land of Wave trees. So I tend to like break a little bit more, or delay it perhaps I should say, for the next jump. All I can really say is that yeah, just practice makes perfect. Tree action sequences are pretty forgiving for the most part. They give you health replenishment if you get to the high areas, but at the same time they can be very unforgiving if you crash on the first level and yeah, you descend, because if you do that you can sometimes trigger a bandit, some kind of ninja battle. Okay, so I'm going to try something that I haven't really gotten all too often coming up. I'm going to trigger my chakra concentration, and I'm going to try to walk up the wall at the very end of this first part of this ninja race, because if I can do it properly, you can actually shorten the camera animation coming up. No. Yeah, I think I still haven't gotten the pattern right for that. I think it's to get it to work, you have to like walk into it, because I think it's a little bit delayed. Oh yeah, by the way, you don't even need to do this next race. You can just skip as long as you get to where you are meant to go. And we have another skip here. You can skip the chakra concentration if you do it careful. Bit of no. Can I fall and reset that? Yes, I can. Let's try again. Jump, double jump. No. Try again. Jump, double jump, land, and then you fall, and then you get the cutscene. Yeah, still not a pro at that, but it is a skip. And a pretty nice skip if you can get it done first try. Now, Haku is really frustrating, a boss, both phases, perhaps even more so for phase 2, because you've got the rage, and that should make things faster and easier, but somehow doesn't almost all the time. Try that, yeah, there you go, forward and Y. Yeah, I think triple Y can be very useful for this particular boss, but if not, the AI spikes, up and Y, try and split it up between those two. Now I still haven't gotten a handle on what's faster for this, because you get two kind of different types of rage. I just got the second one where you get a white animation there, with the fade in, fade out. And I think by doing that, it does actually change the duration for the rage. But for right now, I'm trying to get as many combos, punches, hits with the limited amount of rage that I have, because yeah, the AI seems to spike a little bit, yeah. That wasn't actually too bad for a phase 2 Haku. So basically behind that cutscene, it's actually loading us back to the village, so it's a nice little time to, yeah, split, whatever. Now I actually don't know what is faster for the routing here. I'm pretty sure it is faster to just sprint to Konohara, but there may be a potential grinding route that makes this faster. Or even doing this, I didn't consider this. Instead of, yeah, on the outside. But yeah, now we begin the starting phases of the tuning exams, so they do what they can to inject as many filler-esque unnecessary battles as possible, but I mean, this one isn't bad all too much, because I guess it is in the story, sort of, going after Moegi's kidnapper. Apparently this kidnapper actually had a very unique design for this game too, different to the anime, but for that reason unique to this game. But instead, what we got in Final Rise of a Ninja is just another bandit lieutenant. It's a shame, because you know, when you really see how the unique design looked, it really is unique. But don't know if it was just rushed or whatever. But yeah, it is a shame, especially because of how overused and repeated, recycled all the bandits are in this game. Yeah, because we have Bandit and Bandit Lieutenant for this one. We literally just went up against them before Land of Waves. Or even during, if you do fight the bandits that you can't skip, but yeah. So I did a bit of rail routing toward the exit of the village. Again, I might have to compare that going forward, because I don't know if that's going to be faster, but... Nice. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was one captor originally, but they found a way to implement more than one. I guess that's the thing, Sakura and Sasuke don't really have their own perspectives or campaigns, whatever, in the story, so because of which we don't see their side of the story. But now we do actually get filler interjected into the tuning exams, because they basically try to play it off as if this is part of the test to determine whether they are worthy enough to take part in the exams. Whoops, my bad. So you can get, the next 2 strength upgrades here, so... That's kind of risky what I did just then. You can sprint hop straight to the rail. Okay. So no mission update there. So you do get instant access to gameplay. Okay, now this is where I'm going to load into my autosave, and because I'm loading immediately, it shouldn't take too long to load. That said, I do want to point out a potential risk of the game crashing, or not so much crashing, soft locking perhaps more so, in a non-freezing way. The reason why I loaded into that autosave is because, and you can skip the bandages there, by the way, with the sprint hop that we now have. But the reason, I loaded into that autosave is because it basically disables a very, very, very long camera animation, and I've tried for many years to skip it. It is skippable, but you kind of have to go backwards to update the X, because if you don't, it doesn't get rid of the rocks that would normally be blocking that shadow clone barrier that we just took down. Meaning you have to go back, and you've lost a lot of time, so yeah. And it just all around is very, very awkward. Here's another bandit you can skip, by the way. Very careful gameplay there, because that's very evil. But yeah, just all around, skipping that camera animation, because it's a very long camera animation, it really, really is. And almost all the time I would accidentally trigger it. I think, very rarely. I can't even recall a run where I did it without triggering it. But yeah, if you load into the autosave, it does get rid of it. The only downside is that it does bring back the logs, because normally they wouldn't be there, or at least the first wave. But now I'm going to jump down here without triggering the fade out. And if you hold down RT while you fall, you can totally skip the landing on your face part. I totally forgot to do that there, but yeah. But yeah, I did that because it skips the bandit that I already skipped, meaning it reduces the amount of times I have to skip it. And it puts me to pretty much the starting area of where these plants are located, so that's very good. Gotta be very careful there, because the hitbox for spikes are pretty big. And then that one, and now skip the bandit once more. There we go. Very good. So by doing that, we basically have to skip the bandit twice, but it's a lot better as opposed to skipping it how many times? Once, and then you go backwards or twice. So pretty much, yeah, 3 times. It basically eliminates 1 time, but still, it's a lot better because, I mean, that bandit is just really frustrating because you know it can be skipped, but you have to intercept it more than a couple times normally. So, yeah, that's really the benefit of jumping down there. I did a bit of a skid there to kind of preserve my momentum whilst that bit of dialogue popped up. So, yeah. There is a bandit coming up here that you can skip by just sticking to the right. Again, another good example of them implementing a bandit specific to this mission, but curiously implementing it in an area that's very skippable. Cool, that was actually pretty good. And this is the one and only time for this particular area, for these gates, that I will be taking the warp back to the village, because that's the thing. Now that we're done with this location, and we'll be moving over to the tuning exams in the forest gate, we won't need this, won't need to worry about the bandits respawning for this particular area, so that's why I take the warp this time. But yeah. Then I have a bit more grind routing. Oh, that's right. I get that. Yeah. So you want to be kind of careful when you intercept slowdown in the game, because sometimes it can actually freeze the game and just basically crash it. So yeah. And I just realized I'm not that fast. Got to report to the Hokage before we can move on. And you don't need to talk to the Hokage, so you can. It just automatically triggers, so you can just run up, sprint up. Whoa, camera. Okay, and then we just sprint from here to Kakashi. Okay, I'm butchering this platforming. Yeah, it's far from the best run, but yeah, forgive me for that reason. It is a bit of a de-rust while also trying to give a bit of a tutorial. Oh yes, and I had to update that. And you could move just then. I was updating the split, so I didn't really get to actually move. I just jumped, but yeah. Again, you really want to be mindful. As mindful as you can when you can and can't move in those mission updates. The game likes to freeze a lot here because it's updating the next part of the geometry terrain. And yeah, cue the tuning exams. Yeah, my joystick is really trying to stick to one direction. But another part of the reason I'm continuing this is despite, the many flaws so far, is I really do want to see how this time is going to be at the end of this, implementing a lot of these new strategies and ideas out. Now this is RNG, which particular enemy you get. Sadly, I got a tune-in, so because of which that does now mean that there's a risk of him pulling off Rage Mode, which of course is going to extend the battle ever so slightly. yeah, that's really tricky when that happens. In this case, sometimes, again, this is probably worth comparing to get a solid answer. This is probably slower, but doing your Shadow Clones does cancel an opponent's rage, and it does do the final damage, KOing them pretty much immediately. But it does remain to be seen whether or not it's going to be faster to just let their rage play out, or to interrupt it with the jutsu. Also, there's another example of me being able to move before the mission updates. So you want to kind of, you basically want to do what the camera, the opposite of what the camera wants you to do. It wants you to go to the left route, and by doing so you have to battle at least 2 bandits, or 2 enemies. But if you take this right route that I just took, you pretty much can do it without a single bandit. But you do have to be careful, because when I jumped over the first row of spikes, if you land on the platform to the left, that actually does have an enemy ninja on it. Typically an enemy ninja or bandit will be guarding gold coins, and I forget if there is a gold coin on that one area, but there is definitely one there, so that's why I kind of jumped around both. Okay, that was stupid. That was the literal final the final gate, and I butchered that. Although I suppose now might be a good time to do this. It is time loss. I was going to chance it anyway. I only chanced it for that reason. This is obviously slower, but what I was going to try to do just now was fall off the tree, hope that the RNG didn't give me an enemy, because when that actually happens, you can actually get a very interesting enemy storage, so that your next enemy, whether it's fighting one of your friends in the village, whether it's your next enemy in your story, doesn't work for every enemy, doesn't even work for every boss. But sometimes it can trigger a very interesting and unique kind of a battle where you will basically, in story mode this is, battle Naruto v Naruto. I could go for it now, but I would be just wasting time, and I've already wasted enough time, especially just trying that. But that's already like one of the risks to even implementing that strategy. And the fact remains, it is slower, and unless you want to play it like safe and you're fine with going slower for feel like a beginner or whatever, it's that might be worth going for. Because the thing is, implementing this very interesting Naruto battle in story mode, it's not just a character swap for a battle. It actually does give a very interesting result where you have one bit of health for your enemy Naruto, basically. It's very, very interesting, and we would have gotten that right now if I didn't get the bandit that we got, or the enemy ninja, and we instead got like an empty slot. We didn't have anything, we could just jump right up and continue. But it is slower because, of course, interrupting the trees to fall down, not once but twice if you're on the high areas. Then there's the risk of, as we got an enemy ninja instead of the slot that we were after. All those factors against it, but even if you did get the perfect setup and you did it immediately at the start of a tree action sequence and you didn't get an enemy ninja, it's still slower, even with the fastest gameplay. But I did want to kind of show that off, but now... I definitely wouldn't have done that. Or tried to do that if I didn't screw up the tree action sequence at the top. Yeah, that's probably lost us a lot of time. Don't know how much we'll be able to earn that back, but really have to do some fast strats to really earn that back. But at this point, I'm kind of I'm willing to kind of call this a bit of a de-rust, since it somewhat is. So believe it or not, these two enemies are actually skippable, the two Rain Ninja, but you do need to go up against them because you need to do it to get the scrolls. I find it kind of interesting that they kind of changed the way that you progress through the exams, because you start off with one scroll, but for some reason here we have no scrolls and we have to get it from both Rain Ninja. Yes, that's a perfect example right there of the AI kind of spiking right at the end of their health. I think that's just generally what happens when they are told to like trigger rage mode, and in that case, because the enemy didn't have it, it just makes them fight back a bit harder. But yeah, now we get the goat, Orochimaru, who unfortunately is not a grass ninja in this game, for better or worse. Cool for like character selections in like any kind of two-player versus battle, but I think as far as the story goes and cohesiveness, it would have been probably a bit more accurate to have the grass ninja, because we literally get, as we'll see now, the grass ninja in the anime cutscene, but then when we get to the loading screen and the gameplay, we have pale Orochimaru, the male, instead of the female grass ninja. So yeah, one of the biggest health bars in the game, but as is to be expected from the goat. Yeah, for the most part, your combos are A-OK, but you do want to be careful because, again, this is a boss battle, so dude will try to do jutsu if you get far enough away. And of course there is the rage, so yes. You also want to be kind of mindful of like when exactly, see I was trying to do it there. You want to be mindful of when you do a full-on launching combo. Because if you're getting close to the end of your opponent's health, obviously for opponents that are going to have like a rage mode, you want to be try to go in a rage, because I don't want to have to do a memo. Yeah, when they are getting close to the end of their health and they have rage mode, or they're about to get rage mode, you kind of want to try to do like a launching combo or some kind of combo that will really push it down, hopefully, ideally, to them being KO'd so it skips their rage. Because of course them triggering rage mode is going to be slower, so you want to try to avoid that at all costs. And in that light, sometimes I guess you could say it is worth going and getting the one of the combos that extends your aerial combos, but does turn into a killer combo at the end. See, you still have that risk, unfortunately, where even though I was setting it up for the killer combo, you get that. So that's another factor to why doing combos compared to jutsu might be faster for dealing with the rage mode, because you see, combos or damage does chip away the rage mode's duration, even if slightly. So for that reason, as well as, you know, viewing all the animation for the shadow clones, it's probably faster to just chip away the rage through actual combos instead of jutsuing out of it. You want to take the right route here for these order spikes, because it just times perfectly, like so, for when the mission update ends. And then just jump here to enter the tower. And then we get our first little break. I would have split when I get the mission update, but oh well. Yeah, our first literal break. We can run around, do whatever, talk to whoever. Not sure why it's programmed this way, but I do like that it is a nice little chill, relaxing moment where you can kind of mingle with the others while you're waiting for the others to arrive. Ooh, bit of a spike. Feel good. But yeah, it's kind of like a beginning exam with Kakashi waiting for him to arrive, sort of. Although you don't need to talk to anyone here. So now we get Kiba. Kiba is unfortunately one of, for me at least, one of the most difficult bosses in the game. Especially since we do have a cap to our chakra and health now. Pretty much for the rest of the game if you do the water skip. And again, because rage mode is on the table, we also have that factor. Yeah, that's a point. I think from memory, even we don't get rage mode because we have the seals, so yeah, we are very limited at the moment. Kiba likes to do this one combo, killer combo. I hate that one because you can't even dodge it. But he likes to dodge at you a lot. I say dodge, but it's more like a launch. But yeah, nasty stuff. That one right there. Alright, again. Yeah. I rest my case. I think in that light, Keeb is kind of a rare case where it's easier to just wait for the rage to end. Or maybe in that light, maybe it is faster to Shadow Clone. Again, I really do need to compare that. But it's just, yeah, if you're gonna not clone out of it, you don't want to go up against that 2-hit killer combo, because that's it's not good, especially if his rage ends and he goes for a jutsu. Yeah, like look how much health that takes. It's quite a fair bit. See, that's exactly my point right there. He just did his jutsu after his rage because of that killer combo. That's exactly what we don't want to have happen. And look at that, already won. And with all that combined, slap that onto time loss, that's quite a lot. You can sub out of that if you're mindful of the time. Yeah, pretty for Kiba, but you know, at the same time that is Kiba. Again, that's why it's one of the most difficult boss battles in the game, for me at least. Now, we get yet again another talk skip if we're careful with our gameplay. We can run up to Kakashi and speak to him, and his talking dialogue and ability to cancel out of the conversation will actually store even past the loading screen and cutscene that takes us back to the village. So talk to Kakashi, cutscene on top of the loading screen. I'm gonna split it. And once it finishes loading, you just hit B to cancel out of the conversation, and it doesn't skip a whole lot, unfortunately, but it does skip. Oh shit, didn't work that time. Okay, that's a first. Okay. I'm guessing that if you hit it too soon, it cancels out of the conversation before the scripted one triggers. That's my only assumption on that. My only guess, but yeah, okay, interesting. But yeah, as we saw anyway, it doesn't really skip that much. It really doesn't. But yeah, another mission update where I can move a little bit. Take the iconic routing here, butcher it, of course. Yeah, I think it's better to just double jump because you're more closer to the rail, and if you sprint up, you've got more distance to cover if you have to go back. I want to be very careful here because even though it's faster, if you get two on the inside, you have to literally go all the way around to exit the inner parts of that Hokage ring, whatever. Again, another brief moment where you can kind of move. Though be careful doing that because sometimes you can get ahead of the ring. I was right on top of it there, so that was lucky. Whew. So unfortunately, this one cannot be skipped, like one of the later Ninja Races, which is a real shame. This is another bit of slowdown, be careful there. Yeah, it is a real shame, because this is a very, very long and lengthy one. And it would be very ideal to skip it. Also, there's a gold coin back there, so if you're skipping gold coins, be mindful of that. There's another one here too. I mean, you really have to kind of screw that one up. You have to really go in the center part, but anyway, it's not too bad. But yeah, this one is very unskippable. I've tried a lot of things to skip this, so we'll make it faster. But yeah, you know, you really do need to get every gate. Unless there is like a very specific piece of collision that you can hit and it skips it all. But if that is the case, I don't know where that is. But I have looked for a long time. Okay, that kind of backfired, but that is a brief moment too. That's what I mean. You do get a lot of times to even just briefly move a little closer to where you're going next. So, okay, that wasn't healthy. But yeah, now we're coming up to the one part in the game where it really kind of slows down, kind of bad, at least for console players. But also, the one part in the game where you have the ability to move during a mission update for the entire animation. Yeah, we get a really super long and slow opening animation for this battle, and then a very slow battle itself, specifically for console users. Yeah, in fact, I think the slowdown actually might be affecting the AI. Because he really didn't do anything, he was just kind of walking around. But yeah, as soon as that ends, you just point backwards, and then boom, we can move for this entire mission update. It's literally the only time in the game where you can do that, and it always happens consistently like that. It is so weird that it does that, but yeah, very, 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 very strange. But anyway, Again, we can briefly move there, but now it's back to normal. But yes, now we get to the iconic water skip. A very difficult strategy to pull off, but with a bit of practice, you can get it a bit more often. Yeah, there you go. You kind of want to sprint hop right at the end and almost steer a little bit to the right. That's the only way I can really express how to get it consistently. At least that's how it is for me. Yeah, you get a feel for the timing with practice. But like I said, yeah, steering just ever so slightly to the right to avoid that. I don't know what they call them, but this thing to my right now, this thing. Yeah, steering a little bit to the right to just avoid that a little bit. You can land on a bit of terrain that is there, because in front of it there is no real water for you to walk on. But yeah, a bit to the right of that it's a bit more forgiving, so that just seems to work well for me, at least. But yeah. And now we get to filler 4. Where we have to do a couple of errands for Jiraiya. And yeah, you really, like, if you know the story, if you know how it progresses, you do feel the padding for this part of the game's story. I mean, fortunately, it's not anywhere near as long as Broken Bonds filler, but it's like, okay, well, I know I'm supposed to do summoning training, but we put this filler instead. And then when you get another one after that, it's like, okay, here we go. So you basically have to go pretty much to where we were for that first bandit. In this area, then you go back to the farmer, and then you go back to here again, so a lot of backtracking. Then you do one of the trees, and then you can progress. You don't have to go backwards after that, fortunately. Okay. Yeah, I think it is affecting the AI, because he's blocking, but that's about it. Yeah, that definitely seems to be the fastest way to do that. And again, we get a fair amount of distance covered with a sprint hop in that limited amount of space. It's a bummer we don't have like teammates in this game like Broken Bond, because if we could like tag out, say Sasuke or Sakura, yeah, it'd be nice to just switch back after this and then already be there. Because that's very useful for that game, speedruns, but yeah. Yeah, be wary of these logs with their hitbox, because they're even bigger than the normal ones, and those are already big. Oh, okay, and be careful of that too. It's pretty unforgiving as well, because it looks like you've made it, but then you haven't. You really want to like jump on like the last. Well, don't do what I did because I left that too late, but yeah. So sprint up there, and then again to the left, and you can pretty much for the most part make it. Stick to the right here, because there is a bandit that we just skipped just then. Yet again, another bandit that's pretty easy to skip. In fact, I don't think I've ever really accidentally triggered it. It's surprisingly easy to skip that one. And that's a common one. It's not like it's related to this mission. That's always there in that one location when you're leaving. Now this is a part, or another part, where, butchered that, where I could fall down and risk the RNG giving me an enemy bandit, enemy ninja. But if I did get no slots there and I just fell down and got back up, I would have the stored Naruto enemy, and that would apply to this next battle right now. Again, I think this is another one where, even though it's probably not worth making a comparison, I think I still would do it. Okay, he's still jumping. Not bad for the most part. So this is where we get a pretty cool skip. I'm pretty proud of finding. You can basically skip this entire section of traps and enemies and all that. I mean, they were skippable already, but you can just jump up here and oh, hey, cool, I got the fast turnaround for the grind. But yeah, you can double jump there and pretty much yeah, land on the rail, and it takes you right to the end of that area, that looping area. Often that doesn't happen the exact way it did. As I said, I turned around. Normally I don't. I have to like grind all the way to the end and hold down to turn around that way and then get the rail to reset. But fortunately that wasn't the case this time around. Yeah, I've noticed that the triple Y combo here, it seems to be very reliable when you have your enemy hugged against a wall. Not sure why, but I think maybe because they kind of push into it and then they push back and that goes right into your combo. And it gives them less leadway to dodge or block or whatever. I could be wrong, but that's just how it seems. But yeah, we skipped quite a fair amount with that particular part of the mission. Pretty much all the enemies up until that point were skippable, but it makes it so much easier, and it does skip all that platforming, and there is a fair amount of time wasted in that platforming because you have to avoid all the traps and all that. So that's nifty. But yeah, that concludes Filler 4 pretty much. I'll just talk to Jiraiya to actually conclude it, and then I'll split it. Because this next one we're about to do is even more broken in skipping, which I only found like in like the last few years, if not couple. But okay. There we go. So this person that we're supposed to meet up with, this acquaintance, is actually not detailed on the map, so this is something you kind of just need to memorize, but I guess you can always ask people around in town where they are. So there is that. Also, I took that route. I should have stuck to the right. Oh well. And another stumble, goody. But yeah, he's right here. And we have our last ninja race of the game, and what a high note to end it off on, because this is a very long one, but also a very short one if you know how to skip it all, just by doing that. Literally walking to the right. Why does that happen? Simply put, the end goal to that ninja race is left from the start. Just invisible, of course, but if you know where it is and just walk to the side, yeah, you literally can skip the entire race, which is very satisfying to pull off. Yeah, it skips, I think, a good minute or two, so that's really that's nice. And now we have to go to the Hokage building because Jiraiya's fixated on the love note he gets from the girl. Another good way to get us to backtrack. But yeah, that does conclude all the filler of the story. How are we going for time? 1:33. That's not too bad, considering the time loss I've been working with. Still, 7 minutes to get through Neji 1 and 2, Garo 1 and 2. Yeah, it's but it is a good time, especially if you're just getting into speedrunning the game. So for this next part, I think it's very important to mention this. This can very, very easily be looked at as a break to the speedrunner, because you don't really do much but watch this shadow clone animation. But the fact remains, you actually do have the ability to defend yourself here, and it actually is faster to defend yourself because you don't have the after animation of Naruto beating himself up. So you really have to memorize as much of the inputs that are performed by the AI here, and I'm butchering this sadly. Holy crap, I haven't gotten a single one. There we go. There we go. One more. Damn. If I got that last one, I might have been able to skip it, but because I didn't, we get this animation. So this entire animation that we're seeing right now would have been skipped if I got a bit more inputs. It's not a whole lot of time saved, but any time saved is time saved, so yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much where we are with this. I don't know why we weren't near the lake when this cutscene triggers, but never mind. And we get this beautiful summoning cinematic. That was actually surprisingly fast. You don't really even see the first cycle of inputs because it's still like fading into gameplay, but yeah, I just the inputs or the directions for the hand signs do loop at the midpoint, so it's just down, out, up, in, and then up and down, and then repeat that entire segment. It's very simple once you have it memorized. Yeah, so, and you can quite literally just spin the joysticks around to create those hand signs. Now I'm actually going to purchase, what is it? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There you are. Yeah, I'm going to grab that because normally I wouldn't, but since we are going up against 2 boss battles, which means 2 phases per boss battle, that means 4 battles where we're going to potentially have to deal with rage mode, and because of which that combo that I just bought, as I mentioned before, can be useful for dealing more damage to an enemy when their health is getting low enough for them to get access to rage mode. So if we can bypass that by doing more damage and potentially knocking them out, skipping rage mode entirely, of course that's going to be faster, so that's why it might be wise to grab that combo. Okay, I forget to split there we go. And I'm looking away, that's on me. Yeah, Neji is kind of difficult. If you know what to avoid, for the most part, you're fine. He's kind of like Kiba. He likes to do a lot of launching attacks. So if you, that was too early. See, now he's got perfect access to rage mode, like so. Yeah, you have to be mindful when you do that. But yeah, Neji's the type of opponent that you can, for the most part, dodge a lot of his combos. Damn it. And because he's a boss, he likes to do jutsu a lot, of course, so yeah. So I don't have a really good guide on how to skip that because I still get hit at least once. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is evil. But just spinning around as much as you can doesn't help all the time, but yeah, there you go, KO. That's pretty bad. You want to try to get through a run without getting KO. That's really... that's your basis for a record run, but yeah. And that's just phase 1 sadly, so yeah. But I've got that combo, so I was able to take him out before getting rage mode again. So I think I'll do this again, this run. Because, yeah, there's a lot of nasty muck-ups here, sadly. I can't believe that still got me, and he's still trying to do jutsu. See, that just goes to show, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you want to be a bit more quicker when you turn to avoid it from the looks of things. He's still trying to do that combo. Unlike Broken Bond, if you rage, your opponent will not rage in this game until yours expires, so that's very generous. And we can use this time to quickly KO him. But yeah, if mine ended, he would have almost instantly gone into a rage. So, you know, that's one thing you can either say toward or against Broken Bond. You could say it's, you know, good, it makes it more of a challenge and makes it kind of interesting that the AI rages while you're in a rage for a Broken Bond, unlike this. Or you could say this is generous, or it's more punishing for Broken Bond. Either way, again, it's all really personal preference, but yeah, I always found that to be a very interesting difference in the AI's behavior. Alright, so now we up to Gara. Unfortunately, we don't get the one-hit kill Naruto boss for this boss battle, which is really unfortunate. It would have been the absolute perfect chance and time to have it, because we've got a literal tree action sequence pointing us right in the direction of the Gara boss. And Gara is, I think, one of the most jacked up with the health bars and chakra, so if we had Naruto with one-hit kill, it would have been a super fast phase 1 for Gara, serving as a really fast time save, but unfortunately that does not apply to this, so yeah, that's really, really unfortunate. Same could be said for Haku, because that also has a bit of a reaction sequence a little before the boss begins. Ooh, this is actually going good. Triple combos seem to be working. I was about to say though, I should probably lead into one of those launching combos. So he's already trying to fight back a bit, but yeah, again, more spiking when they don't have access to raging. So there's a bit of a cooldown. And then we have to do the exact same thing again. So fortunately, Gara's animations for his combos, for the most part, are kind of slow, so we're very fortunate in being able to do the fastest combo in the game. Alright, I'm going to try to not do that. Never mind. we go. Which means cool now. There we go. Yeah, it's a very, you could really see the inputs being done there. It's a very fast display of inputs, if you can get it right, if you can really spin the joysticks in synchronization. The most difficult part by far is getting that up and down input, because it's the most obscure and you can't just spin around, you know, and do it like that. You really have to spin it, then do that as fast as you can, and then repeat it. But you know, like everything, practice makes perfect. It's just one of those things. And this is pretty easy for the most part. You just have to know what to do. I say as I take damage. The hitboxes for these, I don't even know what they are. Wind style, tidal wave thingies. I don't know. But the hitbox for these things are really quite delayed actually. So you want to be careful. This is another comparison I also have to make. I don't know if it makes a big difference or not to taking damage there or not. The inputs here are RNG, so keep that in mind. And what am I doing? I look away and yet again. Because I have to get ready on time. Unfortunately, I'm not in a good position to do that. But I really should be getting ready on time toward the end of the tapping segment, but anyway. But yeah, the QTEs are a little unforgiving, because, you know, that's the thing. You screw up, you go back to the very start, unlike Storm, where it goes back to the latest one you're on. One thing I'll absolutely say positive about Storm. Okay, here we go. A time, and it did time. So yeah, that's the run. Not ideal. A lot of mess ups. But I think I covered pretty much most of everything I needed to talk about. I'm gonna take a very quick break, and yeah, we'll do another run afterwards. So yeah, I'll be back in a bit. Alright, there you go. Okay. Now we should be good to go. I'm actually going to move the mouse a little out of the way so it's easier for me to reach the space bar, because that's not healthy at the moment. Okay. So I gotta keep in mind when I do this auto save load thing for the camera skip, I don't need to go to the left like I did in the run. I can quite literally just keep going forward, and as long as I don't hit the paper bombs, yeah, I'm good. But yeah. Okay, that's ready. Alright. Alright guys, we're going to try and go for another run, and give my brief run through on how to basically speed run the game. Yeah, hopefully this will be a good guide for those wanting to get into running the game, or perhaps are already running it but want a bit more context on some of the glitches and skips that are performed in the run. So yeah, with that, let's get started. 3, 2, 1, start. I actually started a bit too early. I'm supposed to start on that. Great way to start. That's, I mean, I've got the French version on because I'm looking for differences on the audio, just in case it perhaps makes a difference to the performance of gameplay, even if slightly. And I forgot to remove the. Yeah, no. Already don't like the look of that. Nope, and nope. Right from the fucking get-go, controller problems up the A with the left joystick. So I, yeah, no. Not putting up with it, sorry. Once was more than enough, so yeah, I meant to do that before anyway, so quickly fish out another controller, and hopefully, should have done that on the break, but I completely forgot to be honest. But yes, I will do that, and I will do that right now. Where the fuck did all my controllers go? It's supposed to be here. Every time, without fail. Okay. Okay, let's see what I've got. In the bed. Finger, Yahtzee. That didn't take long. Okay. Not exactly the ideal controller as far as the physicality of the joystick goes. This right one's kind of a bit destroyed. It's more rough on the touch more than anything. It's not so much peeled back or half missing, but that's all. But it's a white controller, and because most of my console usage in the 2010s was on a black Elite 360, that should mean that this controller hasn't been used all too often, i.e. it's good for this run that I want to do now, so, okay, there we go. Alright. It's already cooled down, of course it has. Okay. Hey, did I put... Oh no, I totally didn't put the battery in. What's that doing? Okay, it's actually batteries. Alright. Well, the thing is, I don't even need a rechargeable battery. Because that's the thing, I'm speed running it, so... But, for the sake of safety for things, I will put the battery, a rechargeable battery in, for the comfort of my hands and fingers while I'm speed running. Gotta be comfortable. Okay, there we go. Now we are ready to try again. Oh god. I swear this is gonna get cut off if this is record. It's gonna fucking suck. Yeah, alright. What to do? Because at this point I am actually a bit scared that this might, maybe not so much be record, but just in case it is, you know, again, if it does get trimmed off at the end, that's going to be really frustrating. And there's not exactly a whole lot I can do about that. Unless I pull what I did with Broken Bond, which I don't really want to do again, because that was awkward. Let's just do it, because, you know, we've got enough time for now. So, alright. Alright guys, we're gonna go again for speed running. Yeah. Alright, so I hope this is going to be a useful guide to those that looking into speedrunning the game, either maybe have already but don't really have the full context on how to do certain glitches and skips. Or perhaps, yeah, you want to look into getting into speedrunning the game. Yeah, hopefully this guide will kind of help out in that respect. So yeah, with that, let's get started. 3, 2, 1, start. I am on the Japanese version for now because I want to see if there's any differences in the audio, just in case it maybe makes a difference to the performance. Yeah, even if slightly. But yeah, for like the first hour of the game, you pretty much have to kind of just do what you can, managing platforming with like an OG kind of jogging speed. Your typical kind of ground movement when you don't have the sprint or the double jump is yeah, typically you want to just jump from idle into a jog because that's faster than just picking up speed from idle. Now these little things here are called mission updates, and there's, yeah, a lot of them. They're pretty much throughout the entire game. And interestingly, for a lot of them, you actually can move a little bit before it triggers, and typically when it does trigger, it does restrict your movement. Except for one very rare case, but we'll get to that when we get to that. So there's some pretty interesting, very small and minor little tricks you can do like that kind of make things a little, ever so slightly faster. You can also do a jump there, which bypasses gripping to the edge, which is ever so slightly faster. Like, yeah, any chance you can get to skip having to play the gripping animation, it's ideal to try to go for that. I just noticed my controller I'm now using is it's not a major problem, but it does have a slight lean in a direction, so I hope that doesn't become a problem like it did the last run. But yeah, I actually use the camera to steer Naruto. I just find it easier for me. Yeah, a bit of a personal preference if you want to do that way. You can also use the D-pad to move, both in this type of gameplay as well as battle gameplay, so again, it's all personal preference. Curiously, Broken Bond actually doesn't have the D-pad used for story mode, but it does have the D-pad used for two-player free-play battle mode. I don't know why that is. It almost seems like a bug, the fact that it is there for a part of the game but not for story mode. And that's for both this type of gameplay as well as battling, so yeah, very strange. So you kind of want to change your timing when doing jutsu directions for the tutorial phases, because for some reason those menus have delays, so you can't really speedrun it like you can in your normal gameplays, so you kind of do have to slow it down a little bit there. repeat the tutorial for the first two, and then you're pretty much free for this. Up plus Y is pretty much your go-to combo for common enemies that don't jump a lot. Bandit Lieutenant and Sasuke are infamous enemies that love to jump as often as possible, so for those you kind of might want to try to split up the gameplay and try other combos. But yeah, up plus YY. For this, yeah, you just want to do one, skip the other one, fail it because you want to cancel out of that early. Because by doing that, you skip the jutsu animation, and that is obviously going to be faster. So you can also move a little bit before that mission update. As I said before, you can sometimes get like a brief moment where you can move. And, yeah, in that case, you can get to Iruka a little bit. Now these little prompts are also unskippable. You can't really move at all during it, and because of which we want to try to avoid as many as possible, at least for this type of category for any percent. And because of which I actually do try to avoid all the gold coins for this. So if you're all cool with going for that and collecting some for, say, maybe getting scrolls upgraded to increase the damage, then by all means that's definitely something that could be brought to the table. And it's something I do need to look more into because I need to set up a whole bunch of comparisons to see what's faster. For now, I've only really done routing comparisons to see what's faster, whether it's left or right or whatever. And just recently I did actually do some more comparisons, the first time in like 5 years. It's good to kind of come back to this and update some, because some I was just really curious about, especially over the years. It's like I like to kind of annually return to the game and do like an annual speedrun attempt. I want to try to get some pretty nasty precision with my gameplay, because I'm going to try to land on a ledge, which is very bit of clutching gameplay, but I want to jump off of the ledge and land on this hut and then jump across the river. So let's see if I can get that without falling in the water. There we go. Nice. And I also didn't grip onto that, so that was cool. You can actually do that without gripping onto the hut. It's very difficult. I have very rarely done it, but it is doable. Now I'm going to try to remember to do a very slight difference in my gameplay, because again, when you can skip as many grips as you can, try to go for it. Like there, I could have gripped onto that ledge. Here's another good example. You can get this coin, land on this, and jump off, and that skips it. It was pretty awkward the way I did that, but you can kind of, and then I made up for it by doing that. But you get the idea. That's roughly how you'd want to do it. And I have to do that again to get here. But yeah, it's a new strategy, that second one. Then we kind of circle back, you know. You can reset the camera if you press the right joystick. So I don't really know if many people use that, but I do find it useful for speedruns, especially if I know where exactly I need to go next. So like right now, I'm going to point towards the mansion, reset the camera. Okay, I wasn't really facing the mansion, but I did at the same time point myself slightly in the direction of where I meant to go, compared to if it was still facing the ramen shop, I'd have to really steer it. but perhaps a better example is coming up. Yeah, once you blast the shadow clone barrier, if you hold down on the joystick, you can actually turn Naruto around, and if you do that, you just hit the right joystick, and that points the camera to where you're meant to go next. So it's very minor, but I think it does help me. There's also a bit of a delay with talking to NPCs, which is why I spoke to Iruka as late as I did. And I try to keep as much of the momentum of my jogging as I can before I lose the ability to talk to him. So yeah. Anyway, let's try this out. So you want to do it in between these two logs here. Trigger it and then hold down right now on the joystick, and hopefully it'll turn around. There we go. And then you hit the right joystick, and then it spins the camera around. So just by doing that, you've set yourself up for the next part of the game. So again, very minor, but for me at least it does help. Because I've noticed, especially if you try to do the equivalent of jumping into a jog, which again is the fastest way of getting to jogging speed compared to just starting from idle. If you try to do that while spinning around, it's really, really awkward. So I just find, yeah, spinning the camera around just sets it up easier. I don't know if I avoided a sound effect just there, but I don't know why. Yeah, for some reason, that one area I just was at, it has two very strange parts that happen in the game. Right now, a sound effect might have played of like a clone vanishing, and then another time after this, when I have to meet up with Sakura, there's like a very strange but very unique kind of UI that pops up, and it's always just for that one part, and I don't know why, but I think the sound effect is probably the most surprising. It makes me wonder if that sound was perhaps, yeah, maybe it was meant to play on the unique UI. I don't know, I really don't, but anyway. Yeah, so I kind of circled around as we met up with Konohamaru, because again, I'm always keeping the next destination in mind, so yeah, try to keep that momentum while spinning around and talking to him. Yeah, fortunately, his hide and seek, finding him isn't RNG based, so because the actual hide and seek minigame in this is RNG, but for this particular one, that's part of the story. Fortunately, yeah, no, it's not. I think I messed up on one. So this next strat kind of went through a bit of an evolution. Before I would actually jump backwards, and after this, actually no, before this prompt, it would fade out the gameplay because I'd be like trying to leave the area, and it would respawn me in front of the guy and then trigger the prompt. I don't know why, but for some reason just running up and triggering the prompt is faster, so I thought teleporting would have been faster, but yeah, it's that close, I guess it isn't. Now this part is where we get up with meet up with Ebisu, and you want to be careful here when you're doing the sexy jutsu, because if you hold down on the left joystick, it doesn't work. It spins Naruto around, so I kind of like to I hold the right joystick down in preparation for the hand sign, but I wait ever so slightly after the mission update has ended before I do the left joystick going down. I kind of butchered it a little bit there. I've definitely had a lot better attempts in the past, but that does help with getting a fast cycle there. You can also very briefly move just there. It's very minor, but you know, it does help. But yeah, it's a very horrible feeling when you are holding, like, you're holding down both LT and the joysticks in preparation for the jutsu, but then you find out that even though you're holding down LT, which should, you know, keep Naruto idle for the hand signs, it still spins him around the wrong way, and if you trigger the jutsu facing the wrong way, it actually, yeah, it doesn't trigger the jutsu, so or doesn't trigger on Ebisu, so yeah, it's really not nice. Spin around there. Yeah, just little tips, little quirks that I've picked up over the years that do slightly help as that little unique UI. So yeah, now we're meeting up with Sakura and Sasuke, and nothing really too interesting with meeting up with Sakura as far as the routing goes. You pretty much just go here. But for Sasuke, the directions went through quite an evolution. I really had no idea which was the fastest route to take to get to him. So I had to set up several comparisons over the years to really boil it down to, like, I guess 3 or 4. And only till like a week ago I put those 4 together at long last to really get it down to one, what is the fastest, and that's what we're about to see now. Because yeah, in the past I'd go like left from here, I'd go left from the start, I'd go left now, because we've got to get to the lake, right? To the Uchiha district, which, yeah. So I went right here, didn't know whether to go straight there, didn't know whether to go left here or keep going straight here, when really you're supposed to jump here to get the fastest. Very minor time save, mind you, but, you know, again, every little bit does help. And yeah, we meet up with Sasuke. I always admired this game for how it has the Uchiha district at the west side of the village, faithful to the source material. I always like how they really did try to keep every like bit of all the landmarks of the village to where they actually are. Like even how like the academy is pretty close to the Hokage mansion. Just little details like that. So this also went through quite an evolution, and it could still go through more changes going forward because, yeah, right now we don't have the double jumps, so we can't actually access rails at this point. For now, I mean that again, that could change. I'd like to think that single jumping Naruto has the ability to get to rails, but till then, it has yet to become a reality. And because of which, for now, this is the fastest way to get out of the village. But yeah, if we did manage to get to rails, yeah, we'd definitely be seeing a lot of speed difference, routing difference. But yeah, there was a lot of routing just to figure out which was the fastest for this. And I still wasn't satisfied when I first put them together 5 years ago, so I wanted to conclude that recently, so I finally got that out the way. But yeah, we actually learned the double jump after this Genin exam, so that's good. Won't be long now. We're gonna get a freeze? No. Yeah, sometimes the game likes to freeze there. I think it's only when you really have to sprint and you're a lot faster. Now for this part, you want to speak to Sakura because, yeah, it doesn't tell you that you need to, but you do need to in order to trigger Kakashi's appearance. I think you can also do it on Sasuke, I could be wrong, but the idea was that, you know, you get there and you're waiting for Kakashi to appear, but, you know, because he's late, it doesn't tell you what to do, so it basically expects you to wait around until you speak to someone to trigger his appearance. Now Sakura is very easy to get through, as I think I mentioned before. You pretty much just have up plus YY, and that pretty much gets through Sakura with pretty much a perfect battle. She very rarely battles back. At worst, she'll maybe block or defend, maybe dodge, but even then I can't recall times she's done that. So it's pretty simple. You can kind of move around here, but it's not really worth doing. You can actually soft lock the game if you speak to Kakashi at this point and trigger a fight. Well, I say that, you can trigger a bunch of different results, but one of them is soft locking if you keep doing that. Yeah, Sasuke does fight back a bit more, so doing up YY isn't exactly the best combo to use all the time. It really depends on the AI, how much it fights back. For now, it's actually not doing too bad, but that could easily and very quickly change. Triple Y is the fastest combo to get the health bar down, so yeah, on paper that is the way to get through battles, but at the same time AI has more chance at, like, you know, either dodging, blocking, or triggering it and its AI to fight back more. So yeah, there is a bit of a risk to using the fastest method of getting through battles. You kind of have to experiment and, you know, mix it up depending on the AI. Just wait around. Now Kakashi has a bit of an idle cooldown right now. It doesn't work all the time. In fact, yeah, it didn't work at all there, but 9 times out of 10, pretty much all the time, yeah, Kakashi will be idle when the battle loads, and you are free to just literally walk up and do whatever. So yeah, very few times we'll have what just happened now. I mean, he didn't fight back all too much, to be fair, but still he did. He didn't have his idle state. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Yeah, all the battles have been pretty good so far. I just realized I'm not splitting. Forgive me. What are we up to? Squad set. Okay, yeah, so it's the second time. Yeah, I'm not used to splitting if it's not clear, because I've speedrun the game several times and almost all the time without splits, so it's still kind of new to me. Yeah, I'll try to keep up with that. But yeah, we had another moment here where we could move before the mission updates, so again, little window of time for us to move forward. And also during the outro of that entire sequence with the dialogue, they had a moment where the camera was panning and it didn't matter how much I spammed it to get through the text. You know, you just have to press it once and then it will get to the next part, but yeah, it's something that does reoccur a few times down the line. So yeah, now I've upgraded my strength and I bought a combo to kind of help me out. Do some platforming to get to this. I'm going to do a bit more platforming to try to skip the grip for this. Wow, I can't believe that actually worked. I was going to say I kind of steered it mid-jump and that's not exactly ideal, but still worked out, lucky. And I've already kind of sort of set myself up for the scroll shop. Can do some careful jumping here, which I think is faster. It's a comparison I'd like to make. And once again, I'm going to set myself up here, talking to the scroll shop daughter, like so. because we're going to try to get to the rails to get out of the village, and to do that we need to go up here. So once this animation ends, yeah, sadly you can't skip these. I'll jump up and I'll hopefully get it first try, because again it is a bit of a precise jump to make. Yes, let's go. And turn right here, because this is just slightly faster. Try not to get caught by the pole of this thing to my left. Actually, I'm going to do that. That might be faster. Yeah, that is. Yeah, it's a lot faster. I don't know why I didn't record that when I was doing the comparisons. But yeah, that taking that right grinding rail compared to the left is just ever so slightly faster than it is. We get the log obstacle. And we get our first bandit, which unfortunately isn't exactly skippable for now. I always try to skip it with the double jump in case I do some pixel precision and manage to do it. But you can only really skip that when you have the sprint, so yeah. But yeah, this is our first bandit, which is a common bandit. It's not actually specific to this mission that we're on, so yeah. Our first bandit for this mission actually begins pretty much immediately after this one. I don't know why they didn't program that one out, but never mind. And it's literally the exact same one. But that's kind of a good thing though at the same time, because if we got bad RNG, we would have gotten the lieutenant or even the boss for the first bandit, and obviously having those, it's going to be slow because they do have bigger healths. So, you know. Not to mention we do battle the lieutenant right now and the boss pretty much afterward. And as I said, this one likes to jump a lot, so we'll see if that's going to be a trick now. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Now, if you hit LB when you collect this scroll, damn, let me try that again. Yes, let's go. And then you eat your ramen, you skip all the dialogue there, and it just goes right into the boss. I say boss, it's not really a boss, but you know what I mean. It's straight into the battle with the loading screen. Whoa, whoa, what the heck? That's new. I know what I saw. I had the ramen bowl, and my combos were responding a lot faster. You can also turn around there. Oh, cool! I got it. Let's go. Yeah, that very rarely happens, but you can, yeah, sometimes get that. Now, you can take the warps back to the village, but I don't, because if you take the warps back, it basically respawns the first bandit that we went up against every time you hit the warp. So, yeah, for that reason, since we are going to be coming back here 2 more times, I don't want to have to battle 2 unnecessary bandits. Technically speaking, if you were to get, like, really good RNG. On paper, yeah, taking the warps would be faster, but since I'm not willing to gamble that for RNG, yeah, I just don't take the warps. I want to have as little bandits as possible in my runs, but alright, so I'm going to try a bit of a precision double jump hill. No. Yeah, because you want to try to avoid gripping like that, which you can do, but you know, it's a little early. That's right, we'll get another shot when we come back the second time. And again, I forgot to bloody split, forgive me. At least I got the turnaround. Now, I could be wrong on this, but so far it does seem faster to just literally jog out of the village from here. You wouldn't think so. You'd think, you know, getting to the rails would speed up the rest of it, but so far it seems that this is faster. So this is actually a pretty good start so far. I don't want to jinx it, but like we've still got a bit of RNG to deal with coming up, because it is quite literally 50-50 whether or not we're going to get a bandit that we don't need to fight. I did get it last run. It'd be nice if that's not the case today, but for this one. You can actually jump over this barrier if you have, like, very careful jumping there, but I'm not going to do that because I'm not really good at it. And even then, you do have to come back to this area at least 2 more times after this. And for that reason, it means you have to do it again, and because I'm not good at it, yeah. Alright. You gotta be careful with the platforming there. Sasuke and Sakura just kind of pop in out of nowhere. A little spiky. Now you can, if you're very quick, walking a bit straight and left. Yep. Okay, just got it. You can talk to Sakura, and if you do that, when this loads, you can actually press B and cancel the entire conversation and skip all the dialogue. Because that's the thing, when you speak to Sakura, you essentially have the prompt for, do you want to start a verse match? And that basically gives you the ability to press B to cancel out of that. And that basically gets stored to the scripted conversation, which normally you wouldn't be able to skip, so that's pretty cool. We're actually about to do that again. Okay, damn, we got the bad RNG. Fortunately, though, it is just a normal bandit, so shouldn't be too long on this, hopefully. Yeah, not too bad. I mean, it's not the end of the world if you get that. Can still get records. I've got many records having that bandit, but if you really are going for like a record and you want an easy record, you can always do restarts till you get the good RNG for that. Now, if you're on emulator, you can save it right now and load into it. Whoops. And by doing that, if you load into the save from here and collect that treasure, you can actually bypass that entire mission update where I'm idle and have to wait. Talk to Sasuke, there we go. Skip the conversation by cancelling, there we go. Another skip. Very small, mind you, but still. It's cool that you can do more than one talk skip glitches for these, for this mission. Bit spiky, but overall that was alright, aside from the RNG. Yeah, alright. Yeah, that was alright. Again, we get another warper there if you wanna take that, but again, we're gonna be coming back here because of the Atlanta waves, so for that reason I won't be doing it. And that's the thing, if I'm not going to be coming back here, I'll take the warp, and that's exactly why later on, before we start the tuning exams, I will take the warper there, because it's exactly what happens. We do something here, then because we're about to start the exam and won't be coming back here, and do have the ability to take a warp, I do take it. But yeah. So I'll try my luck out again here. Try to get the non-grip for this jump. It is pretty precise. I mean, you get a feel for it with time, but it still can trip you up. Yes, let's go. It's a very minor time save, but it definitely does help. You know, especially when you put it all together. But yeah, that is with that. First filler, just report to the Hokage and then I'll split it. Turn around 2, let's go. Split. Yeah, it's a real bummer though that we don't have access to the sprint early, or like some kind of glitch or something to get it early, because that would really make the run very fast. Okay, so I'm going to upgrade yet again, and I'm going to get, what is it? Do I already have it? No, I don't. No, I do, okay. Because I do eventually want to get the damn. I'm still trying to get a skip here. I'm always glitch hunting every chance I get. Yeah, I eventually want to get the AXXY combo, because that really helps with preventing your opponent from raging, especially if they're on lower health. You can like sometimes KO them. There's another moment where I can move slightly before the mission update. And like I said, if I took the warp, I would have to fight the bandits. So again, it's all personal preference if you want to chance the RNG, whatever. There is a bandit exclusive to this mission coming up. Just stick to the left right about nowish, and yeah, be careful with. I mean, exactly what I just did just there. I landed in between 2 rocks, and because of which the camera really zoomed in. That could have very easily turned me right into the bandits, so yeah, be careful of that. And yeah, we get our first boss battle now. Boss battles are basically just a match that's doubled, because you beat him once, then it has a cutscene, then it plays the boss again. And Zubz is the type that likes to kind of charge at you. You kind of want to dodge out of the way a lot, like so. And sub as often as you can. That's another thing too, bosses like to use their jutsu quite often. When and if that happens, the best combo I've always found really does help is just forward toward the opponent and Y. That really, it slings Naruto right toward your opponent in a very speedy way, and it's a nice little uppercut of sorts to snap him out of the jutsu. Very, very useful. It is short, but yeah, it is very fast at the same time. Damn. Oh my goodness, I am surprised he did not try to go for a jutsu. Yeah, honestly, dodging is your best friend till it isn't. I mean, to be fair, I didn't dodge into that, but... No, but really, dodging really is really useful. I think a lot of people that play this game don't use it as much as they probably should. I gotta really focus there because he's kind of bringing me down. Yeah, a little difficult toward the end there, but to be fair, I am experimenting a bit with my combos because that's the thing with the recent comparisons I made and learning what actually is faster. I've really been trying to juggle around what actually is faster into the strategies. But again, because the AI does fight back more, you really have to kind of juggle it around. Oh, by the way, you can hit RT there, the right joystick to reset the camera. I just always found that kind of funny that you can do that in an area that you can't even explore. But now we come to another area that I have yet to improve upon with my comparisons, but I've got the general, like, the overall movement of the routing down. It's just, I've got to really compare all the different like flowers or the plants that you go to individually, just so I can really sum it down to what is faster. Ooh, that was close. That was clutch, but nowhere near as clutch as this one, like so. I knew that wasn't going to make it. You really have to get that right if you're going to do it. Fortunately, you can go backwards like that to get another shot at it. Still too early. Yeah, it is very precise. No. But you can go down here and get this. There is a backup for it. I'm not really looking at the camera there, but I did just get one. And that's actually very precise too, because as you can kind of see, the animation of the plants kind of bounce up and down, and that actually does affect the hitbox. So you kind of do want to be looking at that one that I jumped for, even though it was off screen. I really should have looked at it, but I kind of took a risk by not doing that. But I did lose just a little bit of time by going for the top plant a few times, but it is faster if you can get that one, but you know, once you start going for it more than a couple of times, you kind of, yeah, the time loss is starting to creep in. Now for this next part, be very careful here, because this can softlock the game. Don't move. You can move right now, right before that little prompt for the concentration appears. And if you move in there, in that window of time, you basically, yeah, you do softlock the game, basically. Because the thing is, you move Naruto off position of the tree, and you need to be in position with the tree to get this to work, because if you don't, because I can't move right now, I can't move out of place. The only thing I can do is this. So, yeah, it's not really nice. Okay, thank God I got that. You can get that in 3 cycles, but it rarely happens. You usually get it in 4. I think the way to get it to work is the first time don't press anything. You just press it the one time and you launch up the tree, and that's that. The second time, you press it once when you have the ability to boost the gauge up. And then the third time you just fucking spam it, go for it, absolutely go for it, and try to get it, because I think it's just got something to do with the amount of times that it's being pressed. That's the only thing I can think of anyway. But and we get our first tree action sequence. But yeah, if you softlock the game and for example, you're not on a profile, you basically have a dead run, because the thing is, by not being on a profile, you don't have an autosave to load back into when you softlock the game. Because technically speaking, you do have an autosave if you don't have a profile but die. But that's the thing, because your movements are restricted in that segment, all you can do is pause, and because you're not on a profile and you pause, you can't load, so it is a big dead run at that point if that happens. I've learned that the hard way a few times. But yeah, if it happens and you're on a profile, yeah, it's just load into the autosave. It takes you back to finishing Haku, and then you can just go back and start again. Now, I want to try and do something at the end of this ninja race that we're about to start. I'm going to trigger the chakra concentration, and I'm going to try to shorten the time that's in the camera animation that shows where I'm meant to go. So how I do that is, yeah, I trigger the chakra concentration, and I basically trigger walking up the wall whilst the camera is showing me where I'm meant to go. By doing that, you can skip it, or again, reduce it more like. But I think you have to kind of walk to get it. No. Nah, it's weird. I still don't know how to get that well. But yeah, you want to like walk up the wall as soon as you touch the end gate, and by doing that, you can do it. And speaking of the gates, you don't even need to get the gates for this last one, because you just need to get to the end, and that's actually very true for one of the other ones coming up. Let's try and get this skip. Yes, let's go, first try. So yeah, you just do a single jump, and then after a bit of time, double jump, and then you hit the roof, and then you land onto the pipe, jump off that, or just walk off that, and you land right on the collision for the cutscene to start the boss. Now, Haku is another boss battle. Yeah, AI is not really generous. Definitely one of those jumping types, needless to say. But I do think in some cases you can maybe implement some of those triple Ys in there. Nice. Now this is something where I need to set up another comparison because I don't know what is faster yet, but you can get 2 different types of rage modes for this part. There's one if you just press it once to trigger it, and then there's another. I'm going to do the second one. When the second one happens, you see a white fade in, as we just saw, and I'm trying to get that so I can, I think, expand the timing of the rage mode, and I think that slightly helps with the battle. If you're fortunate, you can sometimes get like borderline to the end of the health, but I have yet to fully KO Haku in rage mode. It almost seems like the AI spikes. I feel like they should have just had like a, what do you call it, like a full like unlimited rage mode access for this part of the game, but now. There we go. KO'd the exact same way as phase 1, how about that? And yeah, that kind of waves. The reason it takes so long to skip that cutscene is because it's essentially loading you back to the village in that time. They have a pretty cool tendency of playing video cutscenes on top of the loading screens, which is, it is pretty cool that they do that actually. I'm surprised, I haven't seen other games that do that anywhere near as much, but anyway. Basically, I'm going to hop our way through here to Konohamaru. I have no idea if that's faster, to be honest, skipping through them, the fences, but I would think so, but I think the routing needs to be a little bit improved. So I guess this part's kind of, it's like semi-filler, semi-canon, because it is in the anime that someone kidnaps Moegi to test Naruto and his ability to protect for the exams to prove himself. But the enemies that we go up against in this are very much, the slowdown, are very much exclusive to this game. Though curiously, this game actually was planning to have a very unique looking enemy kidnap Moegi, but instead, for whatever reason, we ended up just getting the basic bandit and bandit lieutenant for whatever reason. Bummer too, because I mean, while the bandit or enemy that we were supposed to get doesn't look anything like the one from the anime, it still had a unique design, renders and all. But they essentially implement 2 battles here, when there probably should be just one if we're going off the anime, but yeah, the AI is pretty much the same. Again, like toward the final hit, they kind of get a bit of a spike, makes them fight back a little bit more. And he's probably going to jump a lot. Yeah. Yeah, not too bad. And yeah, that concludes that, and now we begin the real filler-esque part of the progression. Because I mean, if you think like an extra battle is, you know, pushing it on the filler or padding side of things, then this is really where it's like starting to overstep its welcome a little bit. Because this is all fictional, or rather it's all, yeah, it's not in the anime. But yeah, we basically get this recon mission to supposedly prove ourselves worthy enough for the exam. One way. Now, if the rail routes were faster before, they surely aren't now that we have the sprint. But again, that's something for me to confirm a little later when I get more comparisons made. Now I am actually going to load it. I should have done it pretty much immediately, but oh well. Reason why I'm doing that is because by loading into it, it basically unloads a camera animation that would be playing if I walked up to that bomb just there, but because I loaded it. No! I was trying to skip that. Yeah, that's... yeah, okay. Fortunately, it's just an OG bandit, but still. So that's, I guess, the equivalent of accidentally triggering the camera animation, but no. Yeah, you can skip that bandit with the sprint hop. Sadly, I wasn't able to do that, but hopefully I'll skip this next one coming up. But still, overall, this is a pretty good run so far. Nice, I didn't get the cling there, let's go. So we get a bandit right here, so we want to kind of sprint hop to the left and basically do that. It was a little awkward, but yeah, we need to skip that bandit twice, or enemy ninja twice. Normally you'd have to do it 3 times if you go backwards from this part to get the plants, but there is a good way to bypass all of that, so we'll do that now. So yeah, what we do is literally just jump past these folks, and yeah, pretty much right in front of where that wooden barrier is, we just do that. If you hold down RT, like I just did then, unlike the last run I did, you skip falling on your face and doing damage and waiting for that long recovery animation, so yeah. So again, prep yourself to skip the bandit. Okay, that was really bad actually. I'm surprised that didn't trigger it. And the last one, I could have gotten this when we started it, but yeah, I don't know if you guys saw. Right over here. Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of doing that. Yeah, it's pretty great when you can pull that off together, but definitely does require a bit of practice. I'm gonna skid here to keep moving during that little dialogue exchange. Another bandit is coming up here. Just stick to the right, it's very easy to skip by doing that, like so. That's another thing too. Triple Y or even single or double Y is also fast, so don't be afraid to do that. And as I said a little earlier, this is the one and only time I'm going to be using the warper from this part, this gate to warp back to the village. So yeah, collision's a little funky for some reason. I don't know why it's like that. And I'll get ready to split after we report to the Hokage. And I screwed this up last time, but yeah, this is basically the routing. Just want to go here, skid, and don't do that. And you don't need to talk to the third, you can literally just sprint up to him and it still triggers, so keep that in mind. And then, yeah, we are done. Split. Yeah, I'm definitely doing that a lot better. Again, I butchered that gameplay too. Yeah. Now, can I or can I not get the one combo? Yes, I can. Good. So I want to get that for rage mode preventing reasons. You can sprint hop there before the mission update. Again, every little bit helps. Yeah, you kind of have to be careful with some of those sprint hopping platforms. But again, practice makes perfect. One thing I haven't tried from memory that I think I'd like to is in this specific tree action sequence, I want to try falling off the branch to trigger a glitch where if you don't get an enemy when you fall off the branch, then trigger an enemy after the tree action sequence, sometimes you can basically get a storage of the enemy that you're supposed to face when you meet the ground, and there's a glitch where if you don't get anybody when you reach the ground from the tree action sequence, yeah, for some reason it glitches in a slot of battling yourself, Naruto. And if you, all you need to do to trigger that is to, basically just go into a battle after not battling someone in a tree action sequence. Doesn't happen all the time, but yeah, I want to try that here in case I can battle Naruto right now. Because if I could, then yeah, that would be an easy one-hit kill match, assuming it's faster to fall off the branch. Ooh, you try to grab. Yeah, you got to be mindful of how often you block right in front of your opponent, because they'll show no mercy to do that. I was fortunate enough to get good RNG. I didn't get an enemy that has rage, so that definitely helps for right now. And once again, we can move a little bit, do a sprint hop, and kind of position myself. The camera is going to say, hey, go this way, and of course if you go that way you're going to be needed with at least a couple of enemy ninjas, so naturally we're not going to go that way, and instead, no, we're going to go this right route, this way, and be mindful there when doing that little sprint hop, because on that platform on the left, if you actually touch the top, there is an enemy there, so yeah, that can trigger an enemy ninja. But yeah, that's the first section of the Forest of Death done already. Second section is probably one of my favorites, mainly because it's just surprisingly easy to get by. And once again we, damn it. And once again we don't go where the camera wants us to go. I'm not used to being this far into the tree action sequence on those lower branches, so I'm not used to the platforming there. I should do it. There we go. Bit of time lost there for that, but that's on me. So yeah, it's going to tell us to go up here, but we're going to take a similar route, but we won't go up there. We'll take the snake-looking tree route, because that kind of bypasses that. It's a little faster. You can actually take another route, which is faster, but it's so ridiculously difficult that it would be more of like a Taz strategy more than anything. Yeah, I'm not brave enough to attempt that. Bit of awkward platforming there, but you can basically get around the spikes by doing that. Nice. Not bad. Not bad at all. So yeah, that's our first scroll. I don't know why they changed the mission of Forest of Death, because you're supposed to start off with a scroll and get another one, but for some reason they have it that you don't have any and you have to get all two from your enemies. So like bullies, we go after the entire Rain Ninja Squad, which ironically is kind of a bit contradicting to the way the game starts off as, because again, you know, we start off with none and yet the Rain Ninja have all two, so it's like, which is it? Yeah. And we get this final section for the Forest of Death before the tower. And this time we actually do follow the route. But you have to be very careful because it's very easy to get yeeted off by those logs and get shot down to the lower ground. And you don't want to be down there because it is kind of, well, if you know where to go, it's easy to get back up, but still, it's time loss, and there are a lot of enemy ninja on the lower ground, so you want to be careful about that. Oof, that was close. Yeah, there are a lot. Nice. Still trying to figure out what ends the matches sooner rather than later, because it seems to be specific to the type of combo that's used on them, but I swear there's some other magic at play. And now we get to the goat, Orochimaru, and because of which, without a doubt, is another boss battle. It will be, is it our first match? Yeah, I think this is going to be our first, yeah it is, our first match with, where the opponent has rage. Because you can battle other enemy ninja before this point, but for this particular one. And see, this is exactly why I bought that one combo to kind of help me out in these two phases. we can turn around now. Yeah, so a bit like that. It's not exactly ideal, but you know, like right now he could have raged, but luckily we got by. Yeah, I don't know why we don't have a grass ninja for this. I mean, wow, I dodged right into that. Yeah, they don't have a grass ninja. It's just Orochimaru, despite the anime cutscenes. I think Orochimaru's animations are a little slower. Oh god, enough to do a triple Y most of the time. But of course, that's the downside to doing it when they have rage. And you get lower. Now, I still don't know what is faster, whether it's to cancel the jutsu with the jutsu, cancel the rage with the jutsu, sorry, and do it that way, or just trim down the rage, I guess, health with combos. Ooh, he's fighting. I was gonna say I shouldn't need to rage for that, but he was pushing it close. Yeah, that's pretty much it for the first phase of the tuning exams. I'll get ready to split when we get in the tower. For this next part, after the mission update and all that ends, you want to sprint hop for the right spike, because by the time, pretty much immediately when the mission update ends, the spike goes down, so, like, so, it's just perfectly timed that way. And yeah, just take the grind route there. Split. And for the first time ever, we can take a break, because there is nothing to speed this part up. Unlike Kakashi, where you have to talk to Sakura to trigger it, this one is literally just time-based. I think it's like a good 20 to 30 seconds or so. Now, Kiba is unfortunately a very annoying opponent, at least for me. You really want to try to dodge out of the way more often than not. And typical, normal kind of like combos aren't exactly going to help. You kind of are better off launching him just to trim his health. And the thing is, we don't have rage anymore because we've got the seal, so he does have a bit of an advantage over us. Yeah. I am actually going to jutsu, only because I don't have to put up with it. Because the thing is, if you can trim the rage down, fine. Kiba is one of the rare cases where you kind of can't trim his down because he's virtually untouchable. What the hell just happened? Okay. But yeah, he is one of the rare cases where you kind of just are better off just jutsuing out of it, because you can only dodge in his rage. He's just too fast for these animation speeds to keep up. spam it. No, I was hoping I could bypass that. Yeah, he likes to spam that charge, as you can see, and that's what I mean. It's better to just jutsu if you can. But at this point, it's too late, you know. But it worked out for better. Not too shabby. How are we going for time? Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't know what the hell happened to the camera there. Alright. So, we can now, once this ends, we can actually move and we can talk to Kakashi after the mission update. And we want to do that because once this loading screen finishes, we can skip this cutscene. We do get very minimal dialogue, but still dialogue. That can be cancelled out of because we spoke to Kakashi, because it does actually stall between loading screens, which is pretty nifty. Now I learned this the hard way as recently as the last playthrough, but yeah, don't spam the cancel button with Kakashi there, because sometimes it seems like it can cancel out of the dialogue before the dialogue you're trying to skip basically triggers. So yeah, be mindful of that. And once again, I think we do get a sprint hop here, yes, for the mission update. It's amazing how often that happens. And we get this very interesting ninja race that I would have liked to have been skippable, or have some shortcuts at the least, but yeah, no, this is one of the most polished ninja races, it seems, so far. Did I go too far? Yes, I did. Just gotta say, be careful there, because you can go too far, as we just saw, and that makes me have to go backwards a little bit. Yeah, this is definitely the most polished ninja race, as far as skips, shortcuts, glitches, all that. I've tried a lot of things to make this go faster, because it is pretty long and pretty lengthy. Oops, slow down. Yeah, you gotta be very careful there, because that can freeze the game if you're on console. There's a gold coin right here, just be careful of that if you're trying to avoid them like me. There's also another one coming up to the house, but that's not too much of a worry, because that's, you kind of have to really go into that little area there to collect it. But yeah, I've tried several things to make that go by faster. I've tried just going to the end to skip it, because you can do that. You can do that for a lot of races in this. I mean, we already kind of saw what happened when I skipped ahead to the end for the Haku ninja race. Yeah, that led to Haku, but yeah. We skipped it. We didn't need to do the race at all. Oh, God damn it. Just trying to not do that and take the bridge, but oh well. So now we get essentially one of the slowest slowest battles in the game on hardware. Not really sure why, but it does seem to be terrain specific, or yeah, I don't know why this specific area just seems to. I think it has the village still loaded in, and because it's just starting to load the next sections of this area in, it has a lot loaded in. So add a battle on top of that, you know, it's a lot to, you know, keep up with. I think sometimes even the slowdown can kind of confuse the AI, so yeah. And now we get one of the only times in the game where we can actually move the entire mission update screen. So that's kind of whack that we can move for that, but every other time not so much. And now we begin water skip. Yeah, this took me a while to really get good at, but yeah, you kind of just want to sprint at the very end of this rock and sort of steer to the right when you do it. That wasn't really a steer, but alright. Let's try it again. Nope. Now I'm feeling the pressure now. Yeah, you want to like steer, because I think if you hit that little thing in the way, it kind of, there you go. It can like prevent you from, it almost like pushes you from, yeah, it pushes you from interacting with the one area that you can walk on. That's a shame. I would have liked to have gotten that in 2 or 3 tries, because I know I can do that. I've definitely gotten a lot better at it over the years, but yeah, you definitely do need to get like a good position for it, and I did notice that my positioning was pretty off. But if you look at some of my past runs, you'll see what I mean. And now we really feel the padding of these fillers. Really. So this involves a lot of backtracking and again more bandit battling. Also might want to be mindful of those logs with their hitbox. They're a little bit bigger than the normal ones, and the normal ones are pretty big too. Oh my, that slow down. This doesn't confuse the AI, I'll really be surprised. Yeah, there we go. Too easy. And then make you go back from here to the former. Get to move again. And then they make us go back after we speak to them. That's what I mean, it's like, it really is like a lot of, what feels like unnecessary backtracking. And I think they kind of get that memo too, because we literally go forward from here, catch up with the next bandit, defeat him, and then it says, alright, keep going now, and it's like, okay. Oops, didn't mean to do that. You gotta be careful here for this platforming, because it's very easy to screw it up and just fall down. There we go. There's a bandit here coming up. You can easily skip it by sticking to the right, like so. That was actually a bit risky what I did just there. I usually like jump on the rock and then do a sprint hop. But yeah, it's surprisingly forgiving a lot of these bandits that are skippable that are as simple as just sticking to left or right. Whoa, turn, I turned. What the heck? How'd that? That could have easily gone bad. I've said it before, but I really would like to try falling off the branch in that last tree action sequence to see if I can get Naruto here. And I have done it in the past, but I really want to see if I can compare that and see if it is faster, because I know it's possible, I just don't know if it's faster doing it. Nice. Get another sprint hop in. And then we get one of my favorite skips in the game, one I'm super proud of. You just jump on this rock, jump, look at the rail, boom, we're up here when we're not meant to be. Sprint hop to the right there on that rock to skip over a bandit that was there, an enemy ninja, and then voila, we are on the bandit boss, and we just skipped 2 enemy ninja and an enormous amount of traps. And an enormous amount of platforming, not to mention. Again, sprint hop a little off position, but it's pretty much in front of me. Yeah. Go. Yeah, this is actually a very good run. We're in the 20s and we just finished that. I mean, I say that, I should really be looking at the time when we finish all the filler, but that said though, this next filler coming up is surprisingly fast and easy. Because of a very nifty skip. And I'll split it when I speak with Jiraiya. There you go. So this quote-unquote acquaintance that we're supposed to meet up with is concealed from the map. Easily findable if you're familiar with where he is from playthroughs, but yeah. I guess he's also easily findable if you speak to people that are happy with you that can point you in the right direction. But this is unbelievably easy to skip. You just do that. It's literally as simple as that. It's almost embarrassing, really, that that was even left in. I mean, I don't look at this as a rushed game by any means, but that's pretty easy to skip. And I forget if I have actually seen that performed on a regular playthrough, but I do remember pulling that off and just freaking out, going, "Oh my goodness, I did the thing." Because for a long time that was part of the run, doing the full ninja race, but yeah, no. So judging from what I've got with the splits, it looks like, yeah, no, I don't split now because I'm still going to do the summoning jutsu, and then we'll do the tuning exams afterward. So yeah, based on time from here, yeah, that's pretty good. Alright, let's see if we can get this skip, because, yeah, we've got to do some shadow clone training. I'm not in control of this, the AI is, and I basically got to memorize the inputs and basically defend myself, because if I can do that, I can skip the animation of the shadow clone aftermath. So here we go, Y, X. Damn you. There you go. Yes. Damn. One more. No! I missed out by one. Literally one. Yeah, we would have skipped this entire sequence. It's not a huge amount of time saved, but it's, you know, any time saved is time saved, so yeah. Just hoping I was gonna get that. Bomber. Oh well. Said it before, but I don't get how we're in the village and now we're by the lake, but alright. Let's see if we can get this. Oof, butchered that. Because I thought I messed up. Never mind. Get another shot in. Split. So a little bit of time lost in between the clones and the summoning, but alright. That's still, we're still on 33. You know, starting this next phase of the exams, that's, you know. But I think I did say it before, it's still like 2 bosses, a tree action sequence, and a Shukaku sequence to get through, so, you know. We'll see. I mean, I'm not really expecting record, but, you know, you never know. Main thing is I've got, you know, a decent guide out there, so where people can follow this if they're going to look into this. So Neji, kind of like Kiba, he likes to charge a little bit. So dodging again is your best friend in these kinds of battles. It's more of like what I do. He kind of likes to go behind you. And he also, because he's a boss, likes to do his jutsu. Ooh, he's really trying to get that. Yeah, he loves to spam that. I should have mentioned that before. Unfortunately, I was close, so he didn't get a chance to do his jutsu, not to mention his chakra loss. Damn, I was hoping he wasn't going to do that. That's the thing too, if you do your shadow clones at this point, good chance he is going to block them, so it's not exactly worth it unless you really do get the timing right, like so. Just do the one, hopefully that KO'd him. No, it's still close. You really do have to be fast for this, so to say, but there we go. Gave him the chance to jutsu, which was a free hit for me. And again, forward Y, that's always a good go-to to cancel an opponent's jutsu. I'm actually going to use the D-pad a little bit, because I think that's kind of helping me with accuracy. Ooh, that's a lot better, holy cow. I hate when that happens, when it's like you combo into a grab, you dodge into a grab. Always the way. I just do it to cancel it out of the rage, because his combos are very cruel. He can easily get behind you. Yeah, see, I rest my case, he is very snappy. Because the AI does spike after the summoning jutsu, so yeah. Yeah, literally after that. Well, specifically, it's more after when Naruto defends himself, that's when it happens. But yeah. There we go. Not too bad. Not too bad. Could have been better, but it also could have been worse, so... Yeah, looks like I had a faster Neji last time. No matter. Wait, how's that work? I got KO'd. Maybe when I specifically split, because I might not have done it when I spoke to the third. After the summoning, I mean. Anyway, let's do it. Unfortunately, the tree enemy storage to fight Naruto for one-hit kills does not apply to this tree, so you can't get like a one-hit kill on Gaara. We can't battle Naruto instead of Gaara. Real shame, because that would have undoubtedly have been a time save, a big one. Mainly because he's got the biggest health in the entire game. There we go. That's a pretty darn good time, actually. Still, we've got 2 phases to get through, so let's see what we can do. Damn it, I should have continued. Nice. Yeah, it's super clutch at this point. You did it again. Holy cow. So I think there are some risks then to doing like a triple Y then in the sub. Damn it. Yeah, no record. Still, I'm pretty happy with this being a tutorial. Pretty much covered most of what I wanted to. It's amazing what a difference that boss fight alone can do. That's why it's so frustrating that the Naruto one-hit kill doesn't get stored for Garo. Did I just hit it twice? No, I didn't. Okay. I think I did, but I didn't register, thank goodness. Alright. Yeah, wow, what a difference. But, you know, take away a bandit from that RNG during the early parts of the game, this would have been a very close record, I think. And that's exactly what I mean when I say, you know, sometimes it might be worth restarting the run if you get that bad RNG. Like, if I want to go for a record, that's what I set out to do, but as of right now, my goal is just to set out to create a good guide for people to follow, hopefully. Okay, here we go. Let's not screw this up again. Ready on time. Cool. Sorry, it's still going because you know, I don't have a good split set up at the moment, but 4251. Yeah, and that's the run. I am going to skip this cutscene because, and I think everybody should. You can't always edit it out with the YouTube editor, but it just makes it easier ahead of time. But yeah, that is story mode, aka any percent. So thanks to those that are watching this. Hope this helped, and hopefully get some of you guys into speedrunning if you haven't already. And yeah, hopefully it provided a bit of context to those that maybe are already speedrunning but don't really know all the context with the glitches and skips and all. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys. I'm actually going to check the autosave just in case I need to document that. 135. Yeah, cool. Ugh. Actually, I have no idea where that puts me. That specific time. And how are we going for time on here? Yeah, I gotta wrap this up now. Alright. Okay, so 42:51. There we go. So, oh, how about that? Last year's anniversary speedrun was almost tied Very close, just off by 3 seconds. But yeah, man, that's the second 42 we've got. I can't believe I haven't gotten a 41. Like the world record is 41, I mean, but I haven't gotten a mid 41. That's obviously very difficult to get. Good. Looks like we're starting to get the runs optimized. Yes, marvelous, isn't it? Where'd you go? Okay, we're done. Good. Alright. Blah. And blah. Okay. Yeah, I will wrap up now, because, yeah, this is going to not document everything if I don't wrap up soon. And this is a pretty good run for a guide, I think, so yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to make this available so it's all there. Goody. Slip that on to the playlist. Where'd you go? Yes, there. And yeah, public. There we go. Alright. So yeah, with that I will say my farewell. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. And till next time, I don't know when next time is. Might be Incredibles, the video game anniversary. Might be Nitro Kart, might be Year 6, we'll see. I don't know, my schedule's always changing, but till either of those, hope you all enjoyed. Have a good one, stay safe, and I'm out for now, guys. Peace.